We're live.
This is the regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force called to order on April 1st at 4:07 p.m. Mr. Young, would you call the roll, please?
I just would like to note, for the record, some membership issues that we will need to deal with shortly. Member Winston, Allie Winston, has resigned from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. Member Mark Rumbold has moved to Oakland, and he cannot serve this body until the Rules Committee reconsiders his appointment to the seat and possibly waiving the residency requirement.
All right, so it looks like we now have 9 members rather than 11.
On the call of the roll, Member Wolf. Wolf absent. He did inform me that he will be slightly late today. Member Copra. Copra absent. Member Pilpil.
Not feeling well, but present.
Pilpil present. Member Hefner.
Present.
Hefner present. Member David.
Present.
David present. Member Fisher.
Present.
Fisher present. Member Hinsey.
Present.
Hinsey present. Vice Chair Hyland.
Present.
Hyland present. Chair Washburn.
Present.
Washburn present. We have a quorum. Regarding agenda changes, I believe there may be some possible agenda changes today. I believe that Member Hefner stated that we have a member from Supervisor Avalos' office here to make a presentation regarding calendars that he would like to move up on the agenda. I believe there's a possible continuance request for item number 7, file number 15011, David Eisenberg against the Human Services Agency. Regarding the continuance, that request was submitted by the respondent. However, the complainant does not agree with that request for continuance. Those are all the agenda changes that I know of at this time.
All right. I think let's first take up the issue of the continuance. Item number 7.
Is Mr. Eisenberg in the room?
Yes.
Would the representative from the Human Services Agency like to make a statement?
Yes, task member Dave Curto, Department of Human Services. We can withdraw that request to continue it. We just had a staffing issue, and I'm here to represent the department. So
Okay.
we can continue. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Well, so we'll take that item in order. So, Member Hebner,
Yes.
what can you tell us about the item regarding the amendment to this ordinance?
Right. For the record, this refers to agenda item number 18, the proposed amendments to Administrative Code, Section 67.29-5, Calendar of Certain Officials. We have taken this matter up a couple of times and had invited, pursuant to our discussion at the last meeting, a representative from Supervisor Avalos' office to come speak to us about our various concerns and to give us an update on where this agenda or where the proposed amendments are procedurally. I do see a representative of Supervisor Avalos' office present. I would just request that this be moved up in the agenda, seeing that we did invite this individual, and I hope that the resistance would be small, considering this is in the best interest of members of the public as well as our own.
So I'm wondering about, after we take up items number 2 and 3, if we could take item 18.
How is it 18? I'm sorry. Where?
This is in the special order section at the end of the agenda.
Perfect. That's thank you. So, man, just
Member David.
yeah, I have no particular objection to taking it out of order. I just want to say that historically, at least since I've been on the task force, it seems to be something that we have shied away from doing. And so I have no particular objection to if we want to do it, but this does feel like something that we don't tend to do, is that we tend to take things in the order of the agenda. And so I just, if we are making the exception this time, I won't oppose to it, but I just it is a precedent. It is new.
Well, I'm not sure that I agree that I think we've been inconsistent, and I think we consider items on a case-by-case basis, which I think makes sense. Yeah, Member Fisher.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with my colleague, Member David, that we have done that in the past, but I'm going to disagree because I think given this, I mean, we invited this person here. This is pretty important. We've been looking into this. I think we should bump this up. And I think a lot of people in the room probably want to hear about this too. So I think this is sort of under the theory of the commons, would be helpful for everybody. So I say move it up.
All right.
Can I make that motion?
Yes, if you would.
A motion to take item number 18 out of order after consideration of items 2 and 3 on the agenda.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any public comment on this agenda change?
Good evening, task force members. This is actually a new situation because you're taking a special order at 7 p.m. out of order. You're not just moving a typical item agenda up or down. You advise the public that at 7 o'clock.
No, Member Philpott, please.
Thank you. That you were going to have the hearings on 17 and 18. I don't think it's fair to the public who anticipates your agenda. They may want to show up at 7 o'clock. Now you're going to move it up to 4:30. So this is a new situation for the task force. You have never had a special order at a specific time, and now you want to move it up. Thank you.
Okay. I think what Member Pilpel was trying to say is that this special order pertains only to item number 17, not to number 18. So
And the agenda so specifies.
it's clear from the agenda that that's what the intention was. Is there any additional public comment on this agenda change? If not, without objection, members? All right.
That motion is passed without objection. Member Wolf and Member Popra were absent. On the agenda, item number 2, approval of minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, March 4th, 2015 meeting.
Do you have a motion to approve the minutes?
I will have edits very shortly.
So
I will so move with edits to be provided.
Motion is to approve the minutes as amended.
As amended, is there a
Second.
second? I have some edits that I want to submit. One is sort of substantive here. It's regarding item number 8. Actually, there were items where complaints were heard in committee, and for a number of items, it says that the EOTC heard these, and I'm thinking that it was probably the EOTC that then adjourned and became the complaint committee. So I just wanted to...
I believe it was the EOTC who heard the complaints regarding Anonymous. She agreed to have the EOTC hear it because it was associated with her complaint that was pending before EOTC.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, that was confusing to me. I'm wondering about having a statement in there about that. Otherwise, it looks like we're hearing complaints in standing committees that aren't the complaint committee. Know what I mean?
But we said, and we'll talk about this later in the bylaws, that the standing committees can hear complaints.
Okay.
But they have to, excuse me, through the chair, they
Yes.
have to adjourn and then as that committee and then open as the complaint committee, correct?
That's how we've been doing this. But that's why I was confused.
I will add clarification.
Okay. I don't think it'll hurt. All right. At this time, is there any public comment, any corrections to the minutes from members of the public? Okay, seeing none, without objection, can we approve the minutes as read?
That motion is passed without objection with Member Popra and Wolf absent. Next on the agenda, Item number 4, file number 14106, complaint filed by Ray Hart against Teresa.
No. Item number
Oh,
3,
my
and then we'll
apologies.
take item number 18,
My apologies.
or 17. No, 18.
Item number 3, approval of meeting minutes from the complaint committee, April 12, 2011, May 10, 2011, June 14, 2011, July 12, 2011, November 10, 2014, January 20, 2015, February 17, 2015, and March 17, 2015.
Do I hear a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
A second?
I'll second. Again, I may have edits, but nothing substantive.
That motion is to approve the minutes as amended.
Are there any corrections from members of the public to these minutes? Okay, seeing none without objection. I may have some edits, small edits too. Well, excuse me, there is a member of the public. I'm sorry. Mr. Warfield?
I don't have corrections, but I do have comment.
Okay, yes, please.
I hope other members of the public haven't been inhibited by the introduction. I think it's very unfortunate that we're talking about minutes here that are 4 years old, and it's been an exhaustion for the public. I know that I've commented repeatedly on prior minutes in prior meetings, and I wish that somebody would say how many times these particular minutes may have come before you, especially the ones, for example, April 12, 2011, that are exactly 4 years old, minus 11 days. I also hope that the comments that I may have made and others may have made have been heard by this body, including comments that might have been made at any prior time. And I'm wondering if there's been any compilation of comments or any consideration of public comments in your deliberations on these minutes today.
Oh, Mr. Warfield, I can't say with certainty that those very old minutes were ever brought to us for review. We had, embarrassingly, many old minutes that had been continued and continued and continued. So part of what I had hoped to do in my tenure was to make sure that we had fully approved minutes and we were up to date. So this is some housekeeping that we're doing. And like I said, I don't believe that we have taken public comment on these minutes before today.
Thanks very much. I want to say that in prior iterations of minutes from about this time, there was a notable lack of any specificity with respect to what public comment content was, and just a listing of who spoke. I unfortunately haven't had as much time as I would like to review this agenda, but I would certainly ask you not to approve minutes that fail to summarize what members of the public have said. And your administrator and you have the recordings for these minutes. I would, in fact, alert you that just saying who spoke without saying anything about what they said would be violating the law, which requires that you summarize what members of the public have said. So I would ask you, not having had a chance myself, I would ask you to look at the minutes and see whether they meet the minimum requirements of the Sunshine Ordinance, certainly with respect to public comment summarization.
Thank you very much
Thank
for your
you.
comments. Are there any additional comments or corrections from members of the public? Okay, yeah. We weren't doing that well in the past, though. Okay. So without objection for approval of these minutes?
That motion is passed without objection, with Member Wolf and Member Copra being absent. Next on the agenda, item number 4, file number...
No.
17.
Oh,
Item number 18.
item number 18, file number 14073, proposed amendments to the Administrative Code, Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.25-5, calendars of certain officials.
So Member Hepner. Would you introduce this item to the task force and to members of the public?
Absolutely. This is item number 18 on the agenda regarding proposed amendments to Administrative Code, or the Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.29-5, calendar of certain officials. We have worked with the ethics, or the grand jury, and with Supervisor Avalos' office. Well, I suppose Supervisor Avalos' office picked it up on his own, but in amending this section to include additional requirements, and we've invited Supervisor Avalos here to discuss our concerns with this. With the amendments, to indicate, I suppose, our general support for the amendment, and to thank you for that. And without further ado, we can get into some of those concerns. I'll just take them one by one, and then ideally at the end we can get some impression of what we as a task force can do to help. I'm not sure where this is procedurally, but in making sure that this is a success. So the first of those concerns. Yes.
Let's let Supervisor Avalos
me.
introduce himself and speak for a few moments.
Thank you, Chair Washburn. Thank you for having me here. And again, thank you for taking up this issue and giving me advice and my staff, Jeremy Pollock, on how we can move forward on this ordinance. This ordinance that we have before us came out of the grand jury report. In fact, the board was giving the Board of Supervisors, we were giving our comments on the recommendations from the grand jury report, and there seemed to be an effort to kind of just push it along and not really weigh into the real subject matter. It was a very, there were a lot of recommendations that came from the grand jury report, and there was a statement from the board that was concurring with the recommendations and not concurring with the recommendations, and there were so many of them, and I think to just give a perfunctory vote at the Board of Supervisors didn't make a lot of sense, given that we would have to be in agreement with every statement on there, and I wasn't. So I was trying to get some amendments to be made in the resolution regarding the grand jury reports, recommendations on Sunshine, and was getting a lot of pushback from my colleagues who were not in agreement about it, especially around sharing our calendars with the public in accordance with Sunshine Law. Currently, the Board of Supervisors, as you know, is not required to share our calendars and who we meet with when we meet with the public or with lobbyists or department heads and people who work for the city government on city issues. And I think that's a big gaping loophole. I think the public would like to know who we meet with. I think it also helps to create, a more sense of trust with elected officials. And I saw that the recommendations that came from the grand jury were really about, trying to, create that sense of trust and a track record of who we meet with. So I wanted to make sure that I came and presented myself to the task force to hear your recommendations. This is the second time you're hearing this legislation, which I appreciate the amount of concern and care you've given this ordinance. And I just wanted to get some clarification from my staff about what you're recommending that we could do to strengthen this ordinance. And Jeremy Pollock is here as well. I might not be able to stay the whole time, but he will take the recommendations back. And then we do what we do at the board. We deal with some of the politics around what people can accept in terms of the changes. I want to have an ordinance that can be as strong as it can be, that is really in line with what Sunshine is really all about, and given the fact that only the city attorney and the mayor are the ones who really share their calendars, I don't think that makes a lot of sense for what we're trying to achieve in terms of enlightening the public about what happens at City Hall. So hoping to hear some ideas, and we can work together on seeing what we can get through on the Board of Supervisors, who might not be supportive of entirely of this, the changes that we're making. I think they might see it as kind of possibly just an added level of work that they might not be comfortable with. But we're elected to be responsible to the public, and this is one way that I believe we are responsible is sharing this information. So thank you.
Thank you. So, Member Hepner?
Yes, and thank you, Supervisor Avalos, for coming to chat with us about this. I think it might be prudent to just get into the concerns, and we'll just take them one by one and get your thoughts on them. The first one is sort of superficial. It's just a recommended change to the title of the section. And the change to the title that we recommended was Calendars of Elected Officials and Department Heads. I think this more accurately describes the inclusiveness that we're trying to capture with the amendment.
Okay. Thank you.
And
you're just taking out the word daily, then. Is that right?
Well, the existing title is Calendars of Certain Officials. And we would like that to reflect department heads as well. Calendars of elected officials and department heads.
Okay, that sounds great.
The second concern that we had is surrounds the ambiguity of what constitutes a meeting that must be included on a calendar. We had discussed the possibility that a lot of communications and meetings are taking place in the digital realm, on conference calls, via Skype video conferences, or what have you. We wanted to make sure that those types of meetings could be included on the calendar as well. How to characterize that is maybe up to you and who would be, or the city attorney's office, or whoever would be in charge of clarifying the language. But we suggested that there be specific reference to virtual meetings of 3 or more individuals, and that those meetings should also be reflected on calendars. And this is to sort of, we don't want to incentivize people to take communications in the digital realm simply because they don't have to disclose those meetings.
Is there any language or standard that has virtual meeting anywhere in our code or any place else in city code outside of San Francisco that we can reference or use as a standard?
That's a good question. I'm not sure offhand, and I'm happy to do some research in that regard.
It might give us a model to kind of work with. Why not? I mean, a supervisor. If I'm using Skype, I can Skype with one person. Is that for my office? That's not considered. You're saying 3 or more people.
Right, and that is to say that I think that we were trying to back off of calling from every phone call a meeting.
Yeah.
Now, whether that's not the metric to judge whether something is a meeting, maybe a meeting is simply something that is scheduled for a certain time. We're irrespective of how many people are included in that meeting. It could be just one other person. But I think what we were getting at was that a meeting is 3 or more people. Perhaps the other members of the task force have. Did we not?
Well, I don't think we discussed it in particular, but I can imagine meetings that are scheduled and on the calendar with one other person. So I think the matter, it's not the number of people, it's the fact that it's a meeting, it's something that's scheduled.
Right.
In the course of the day, there may be phone calls, including Skype phone calls or emails or all kinds of things that aren't meetings. They're just conducting business. So I think
it's something that's on the calendar that you expect to stay on the calendar. If you're requested to share your calendar information, any conversation with any number of people from 1 on up. So
right.
If it's that to me, so it could be a virtual meeting with that's already on your calendar, I would imagine, and the number of individuals to me doesn't seem to be an issue. If you have a scheduled meeting or Skype conversation or schedule conversation on your calendar to talk with a certain individual, that should be shared if there's a request for your calendar, and it shouldn't be exacted from your calendar so you can share it, not share it. It should remain on there. So I think
Right.
We're comfortable with some language around virtual meetings that we'll work with you on, and we'll go forward in thinking about how many people should be included on that. I think one might be fine for us to move forward.
Okay. And in reading the section again, it's there's an interpretation that it's already inclusive of virtual meetings. I think the idea is just to make sure it's clear, right? Because right now it says the time and place of each meeting or event attended by that official. The idea of attendance kind of implicates a physical presence. I want to make sure that there's a parallel sort of inclusion of virtual presence. But thank you for taking that into consideration. And then moving on to the last of our three concerns, and then I'm happy to open it up to see if I'm missing anything. The third concern was that the exception for meetings that would constitute, or disclosures that would constitute, an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. I think that this creates a potential loophole. And I think that we've seen even in the public realm recently sort of pronouncements of privacy and private communications being used as sort of a blanket assertion to withhold disclosure of certain meetings or communications, either substantively or procedurally. And I think that's we didn't come up with any suggested language to clarify that or to narrow that potential loophole.
Well, I think there's some language that gives some clarity around that. We have it. Clause before there about, whistleblower that would, and then we go on to say that would constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal. Wait, that's where we have it. I'm sorry. It's a different. Let me read this one. Hold on. Okay, I understand. So that's something we can look at a little more deeply. Do you have recommendations on what that would be? What you could do to strengthen that language so that doesn't seem to be. I don't worry about it so much, because we do have meetings with people who want to share information that is very sensitive. And it's their personal safety or safety of their friends or family members that they're trying to protect, and that's something that happens quite frequently. Often those are meetings people just come into our office, but sometimes there are meetings that people request that we schedule, and they're on our calendar. But we could put a subject matter there,
right?
But we can't, but in this case, it would be very difficult. A lot of those cases would be very difficult or very intrusive on people to share who they are or what their complaint is. But we can strengthen. I think there's ways of strengthening it. I'm just seeing it for the first time right now that you're concerned about it.
I'm wondering though if we removed that clause altogether, if leaving what's left in place wouldn't do the job, because you have whistleblowers, and then you have that last clause, or would interfere with an individual's right to petition government where the individual has sought and been assured confidentiality. So it'd be those.
Yeah, I think that sounds.
I think that would cover it.
Yeah.
If that person comes to you and said, I don't want it to be known that I've come to you about this matter. So it would be someone themselves requesting confidentiality, and then the other situation is asking for a judgment on the part of your staff or somebody.
I think that actually works.
So to delete that altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think it does. I don't usually think of deletions as being elegant, but that one might be an elegant deletion.
But I want to hear what Member David has to say.
No, I don't have the actual language right in front of me, but just something that I just wanted to make sure that is being thought of, is that, when you have to leave for soccer practice for your children, like, that's, to me, not the public's, in the public business. And so that, I don't know how you personally use your calendar, but I would assume, I'm making assumptions, that maybe some overlapping of personal life,
Yeah, and already my calendar tells me what to do, and I have, doctor's appointments, mental health appointments, I have kids' appointments. Unfortunately, my kid doesn't play soccer. He likes science, so,
Good for
we try
him.
to do science things for him.
Right, I just want to make sure that this is not written so broadly that it sweeps in that everything that is on your calendar that is, outside of the realm of your role as a supervisor is also included. That's all. Yeah.
I think he's covered. I think, yeah.
It's been already pretty clear.
Yeah,
Okay,
personal lives are covered, yeah.
Okay.
All right, and I think I'm comfortable with excising that clause as well. I think that serves our purposes in kind of removing some of the ambiguity about what constitutes a privacy assertion.
Right.
And I think that was the last item on my list of concerns, unless any other member of the task force has an additional concern about the language of the amendment.
Member Pilpel.
Just a couple of thoughts. On line 19, wherein is recorded the time and place, maybe the and place could be set off with commas before and after, and add after place where applicable, so that the place would only be indicated if there was an actual physical meeting. And then on line 24, the calendar shall identify the individuals present, maybe individuals participating, so that it's not specific as to physical presence.
I'm sorry, what line was that?
Line 24, individuals participating.
Okay.
And I just wanted to remind everyone that additional sentence that's added about naming names wouldn't apply just to members of the Board of Supervisors, but would also apply to all the other department heads. And I can't think through it right this moment, but I can imagine there might be circumstances where the police chief is meeting with someone that doesn't fall into the petition government thing or the confidential whistleblower thing, but does have some other important reason not to necessarily disclose the name. And it's not that I'm, arguing one way or the other on that, but they could probably make their own argument to that end. So those are just a couple of thoughts. I also talked to John Givner about this a few months ago, and he was, and I think Rick was out there in the public. Maybe we'll hear from Rick on this. He was not enthusiastic about adding a lot of language to this section because it's an amendment to an ordinance that was already passed by the voters, and there's not a lot that we can do absent going back to the voters. To the extent that the board chooses to burden itself with this calendar requirement in a way that the voters didn't speak to, he was comfortable making that a policy call for the board, and I think that's something that we support and that the grand jury recommended. The more one tries to clarify what's in the calendar itself, the content of that, the less enthusiastic he was about approving it.
Okay, and we'll be working closely with him on looking at these amendments as well.
And then the only question I had for you, can you speak to a little bit the politics at the board? Does this actually get to a point, in your opinion, that it could pass, and other than sending the letter that we've already authorized be sent from the task force, what can be done to try to...
Well, I haven't talked with all of my colleagues about it, but generally there is just like a, it's just a little, another
Even
level
with
of
the
scrutiny,
third
I think, that they're not all on the same page with, or as they have the same comfort level with it. I don't think it means they vote against it, but they probably are likely to all vote for it, but I think it gives people a little bit of unease. And that's my reading, and
Is there
I
a
think
way
it
that
gives me unease. I think being in office is like being uneasy, like, the whole time you're in office. Basically, that's your role, is to feel that. And so I think that's just kind of what's happening. I'm not sure to what extent it's going to lead to no votes.
is it possible to construct an example of a calendar that you or other members of the board might have for a given day? Could you take today or a week ago Tuesday or something and reconstruct that and say, from 8 to 5, here's what you did that was city related, so that other members of the board could see what is contemplated here, and that while a burden, it's not like some ridiculous, impossible burden, that it's actually not that much of a burden? I mean, I know that you're not the mayor with all of the staff of the mayor to maintain his calendar, but there are department heads in small departments that only have 5 or 6 staff that manage to keep a calendar.
I think anytime that we've been requested to share our calendar, and sometimes we've been asked to share whole months, those are samples that are already available. And I think it's best that we just go through not a day, but share a whole month as an example. To me, is much more representative of what we would have to share under this ordinance. So I think that's something that I can pass out to my colleagues, and here, this is what we're doing. But we're also sharing the names of people who we meet with as well. That's the added thing, I think, that my colleagues will be uneasy about. And one part of it is it's more work to actually record all of that. And there's also, well, what if I make a mistake and we don't have everyone sign in who comes to our meeting? I think those are the questions that are going to come up, where they're going to see it as, kind of onerous. And then my just to be very blunt about it, my office, we're working on abiding by what we're proposing as well. And, I'm concerned that we make mistakes about it. So it's real. And I think that's just kind of what has been in the back of everyone's mind as we're on the board, as we're exploring voting on this.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Hyland.
Through the chair, I haven't seen what your calendar looks like. I don't know if it behaves anything like a Gmail calendar or Google calendar. But one of the features of that particular software is that you can have 3 or 4 calendars appear on your page, such that some can be business, some could be private, some could be in between, etc. There's different layers of calendaring, if you like. I don't know if that's something worth discussing with the technical side of this, and whether we get to more defining what is or what should be on that public calendar. There might be different layers of visibility. Just a thought.
I think there's just different ways that each office puts a calendar. It could be Yahoo, it could be Google, it could be something else. And I think what it is, there's a public calendar that we put out that we put someplace for it to be viewed or to be shared.
There's no set service that sits on that you guys all use?
I don't think so. No. Is it? Yeah.
Good evening, Jeremy Pollack, Legislative Aide to Supervisor Avalos. And we use Google Calendar for our office. I believe most of the supervisors' offices do. I think some of them might use Outlook. And I think each office has their own different way of doing it. But I think we have the supervisor's event as one calendar that includes both his personal and his official duties. And it's just a matter of going through and redacting out the personal items when a sunshine request has been given. And we've started including in the description in the calendar who attends the meeting and the subject of the meeting, so that we can start producing that if that's requested. I think it's creating a separate calendar for his personal events might be a more elegant way of tracking that to make it a little easier to separate out that. But and then I think then the Microsoft Outlook also has, we looked at it and it seemed like that would be a pretty easy way to automate producing a calendar if you were for offices that were tracking that way to track attendees and subjects of the meetings.
Yeah, just on reflection, it seems to me, maybe not now, but several years down the road, there's probably going to be a requirement that it's all on one piece of whatever, an official, calendar software. But just food for thought.
Well, I think that let's be optimistic that this passes, and then I think one thing our task force could do is to develop best practices, suggestions for how this could be done. That's in our purview and might be helpful.
And I'll also add, because we've been dancing around it, that I have seen Supervisor Avalos' calendars. It was the subject of a sunshine request a couple months ago from a frequent attendee of our meetings, and is posted online at the Petrellis Files, and I think it's a model of what we're looking for. It's incredibly comprehensive. It was turned around in less than 24 hours, and it's very good. So.
Thank you.
There you go.
Well, that's only one day, I think, though.
It was for the entire year of 2014, turned around in less than 24 hours. So, I mean, it was an impressive production.
Well, if we are going to say what we mean, we better mean what we say and do what we say.
And I thought that was a great example of that.
And give the aides a raise.
I just had one other thought as a way to promote passage of the measure, that it would actually allow better auditing and correlation of lobbyist reports filed with the Ethics Commission. So when a lobbyist claims that they've only met with you 2 times, and yet your calendar indicates that during that month they met with you 5 times, that's some additional evidence. So just a thought.
So I'm wondering about next steps here from Supervisor Avalos and Member Hebner.
I'm not sure I have. I was hoping that Supervisor Avalos could address us what we can do next. But I
think I want to move the legislation, and I don't want to have to come back and show the changes before doing that. But I think we'll incorporate these changes, or based on our conversation and recommendations today, into the ordinance. We're going to review with the city attorney, with John Givner, the content, and then start moving it through the committee process at the Board of Supervisors. It'll probably go to rules. I imagine it'll go to the Rules Committee of the Board of Supervisors. And then we can reach out to the task force members to come, those who can, to present at the committee, and you can review what's in the ordinance based on this conversation, make recommendations, or talk about your experience offering recommendations, and we'll move it through the Board of Supervisors to the full board for the vote. I think it could be helpful if task force members want to work with our office to identify members of the board who might be on the fence to talk to individually. I think that'll be helpful as well if they're interested in meeting.
Okay. Thank you very much.
So I want to thank you for actually bumping me up from 18 to the top of the calendar, and I also want to thank members of the public who are here who had to see my backside as I'm talking with you because they're waiting here on items that they wanted to come forward on. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Pardon me?
Public comment.
Public comment on Supervisor's presentation and our conversation.
Yes, Thomas Piccolo. I appreciate Supervisor Avalos being here. As you know, it's very rare to have a supervisor in front of you. That said, I think it would have been helpful if Supervisor Avalos could have engaged you prior to drafting the legislation with the city attorney. I have two concerns with the proposed legislation. Number one, I think calendar has to be defined. Is calendar meaning just the book in supervisors or department head's office, or does it also include their cell phones? Are their cell phone calendars synced with the calendar in their chambers? So if all that's going to be disclosed is the calendar in the supervisor or department head's office, they can do a whole lot of meetings on their cell phone calendars. So that's one area that should be explored in terms of legislation. The second area of concern is, as indicated by Task Force Member Hebner, the broad and ambiguous language regarding unwarranted invasion of privacy. That should be stricken. And then if an issue of confidentiality arises, who will determine if there is confidentiality? Will it be the supervisor or the department head or the requester of the calendar? And then how does the task force deal with that issue? Do you hold an in-camera hearing to determine if the issue is truly confidential? That's something you need to think about, how you resolve an objection to members of the public requesting calendars. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director of San Francisco Open Government, and I would like to first acknowledge Supervisor Avalos for coming here and making his presentation and answering the questions. I would also like to congratulate him on what Mr. Heppner brought up, is the fact that he didn't wait to be kicking and screaming and dragging. He went ahead and made changes to his calendar, which, without having to be forced to do so. And I think that there's always a lot of resistance to change, and when someone does it of their own free will, it is a very strong point in their behalf. One of the things that most city agencies complain about is public records requests, and I have on many occasions at many different boards and commissions said, if you put most of the records online, people could go online, get the records, and make copies if they wanted, and all of the extra work that the staff has to do to get the documents and make copies and send them out and all that would be saved. Not to mention the city would save a ton of paper, because I go on and I look at documents and I only make copies of the pages I need, rather than the city giving me 100 or 200 pages. I get 5 pages that I actually wanted, and the city saves money and the employees save time and the city benefits overall. I think a lot of this really will also have to consider some of the things that are going on now with Hillary Clinton and her emails, public versus private, and that's filtering down. Now we're seeing it at a lot of different state agencies and federal agencies and stuff like that. And I think this is something that's coming well to the fore. And it will be, I think, playing out in all of these different things where members of the public want to know who their elected representatives are meeting with. I have made the comment, and I'm not saying it applies to all politicians, but the comment in my hand was you can meet with a public official if you have a lawyer at your side, a check in your hand, or, and I can't remember what the third thing was. And there are, unfortunately, a lot of people in this country now who do feel that they are cut off from their elected officials and cannot meet them, and the only people who seem to can meet with them are people who have some sort of a special influence or contribute to a campaign or so forth. So I think anything that can be done to improve this will be helpful to everybody and really will give the impression that city government is willing and able to be open to the public.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Yes, I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, and as you know, we care a lot about open government for all kinds of reasons. First of all, I want to thank Supervisor Avalos for proposing this, and as somebody once said from the White House, appreciate the thought that prompted your action. I do have some very serious concerns with respect to the escape hatches that are included with the added phrase starting with line 23. So again, I appreciate that the supervisors are being included in the other city officials, but the question is who identifies and how do you define a, quote, confidential whistleblower, unquote, which is line 25. What do you consider and who determines a, quote, unwarranted invasion of personal privacy? Who determines whether revealing a name would, quote, interfere with an individual's right to petition government where the individual has sought and been assured confidentiality? Suppose I want to help out a supervisor with some home improvements that a friend of mine can make worth $10,000 or $20,000, and I would like to be assured of confidentiality before I discuss it with the supervisor because I'd like confidentiality for that. Who grants the confidentiality? Under what circumstances? Who determines whether it was granted and was legitimate? What is a legitimate assurance of confidentiality. We have in certainly the state law and in the Sunshine Ordinance combinations of specific exemptions, including exemptions from disclosure, including ongoing police investigations, and a whole raft of exclusions from the requirement for disclosure. We already have those specifically spelled out. So I'm very uncomfortable with the undefined, basically escape hatches that are multiply built into potentially this phrasing starting on line 23. With respect to Member Hyland's concern about serial meetings, regarding multiple calendars or layers of calendars, no, we should have the goals clear and let the technology follow. It's very simple. If the technology won't support layers of calendars, Supervisor Avalos 1, Supervisor Avalos 2. And I appreciate that he said one person could be a meeting. We know that serial meetings certainly occur with one person and then another, and then another, and then another. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any additional public comment on this matter? Okay, seeing none, this matter is concluded.
Well,
Member Pilpil?
just wanted to talk about what we do next. At our last meeting, we authorized that a letter be sent to the board in support. I don't know that that's happened yet. If Member Hepner can still draft such a letter in support, not being too specific about the amendments, but just however we craft it.
I'm sorry, I thought that we had talked about next steps. So, Member?
I just want to be sure that that letter goes at some point. That's all. Not a problem?
Not a problem.
Okay, great. Thank you.
All right. It's in my notes. Pardon me?
Would you like to continue this matter to the call of the chair, or would you like to file this matter?
Why don't we continue it to the call of the chair, because we may want to discuss this, depending on how this moves along. We may have something else to decide to take action on. I mean, right, we've talked about the letter. We've already voted to approve that, and there's a possibility that we will be going to speak before rules and so forth. So,
would someone like to make that motion?
So moved.
Seconded.
Is there any public comment on the motion? Okay, seeing none, without objection.
That motion is passed without objection. Member Wolf and Member Copra are absent at this time.
Okay. Thank you. So at this point, the matter is closed, and it's now 5 o'clock. So.
Would you like to seek public comment at this time?
Yes.
Item number 6, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction but not on today's agenda.
Hi there. I just want to update you on some things I found regarding the San Francisco Arts Commission. There's a government section which requires that 2 sets of meeting minutes and 2 sets of agendas be sent to the San Francisco Public Library, one to be put in a binder and one to be in a viewing thing in the 5th floor. So I already knew that they haven't been doing that, and so I work with someone in the government section there today who verified through printouts that they haven't been doing this. Some, like the civic design, since 2014, no minutes, no agendas. Some, like the community arts, since November 2014, no minutes, no agendas. The executive committee, we know, has a lot of problems. They have not sent either minutes or agendas since April 28th, 2014. The full commission has not sent minutes or agendas since February 2nd, 2015, and prior to that was almost a year. Then there was the visual arts. Hasn't sent any minutes or agendas since February 18, 2015. In fact, their last meeting only posted their minutes about 3 minutes ago at the last second. And then there was the claim that has been made repeatedly that They are monitoring this generic SFAC records request at sfgov.org. They're not monitoring it. Kate Patterson continually comes up here and lies and says they are. They're not. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment?
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. Here's a list of 19 orders of determination I've gotten against various city bodies, agencies, boards, commissions, etc. And that is out of 24 that I have filed, so I'm somewhere in the 80% success rate. I don't file complaints for frivolous reasons, and I don't file them when I really don't have a reasonable belief that I will prevail. And a lot of this has to do with my comments at public meetings, which have a tendency to not be the, oh, aren't you wonderful? In fact, I'm thinking about adopting a line from Shakespeare, friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears, I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. Because a lot of times I talk about things that people in the public would like talked about, but they are discouraged from talking about because people interrupt them, tell them they're not allowed to talk about that, tell them it's the wrong time, or come up with some sort of a technical manipulation of the agenda where people are denied the right to speak. This is a cartoon that appeared recently in the Examiner. And you see there the birds wearing a freedom of speech sign, and down below it says, some images should be censored. We must be respectful. Some things should not be said. We must not be offensive. We should be reasonable. And I've even heard that from some members of this task force. Well, maybe, Mr. Hartz, if you were more polite, or if you approached them in a certain way, or whatever it happens to be. Well, bottom line is, after 19 times of going to people and trying to be polite and having them simply drag out these complaints, and that's what they always do. I have yet to have one city agency or person come to me and say, Mr. Hartz, I didn't realize you were upset. Can't we sit down and figure out some way of meeting your request and avoiding having a hearing? They wait till the last minute. They come in here. They make all sorts of specious claims about, oh, if Mr. Hartz would have only said so, I would have worked with him. They are in most cases trying to keep something hidden. Best example recently is Luis Herrera, who accepted $5,000 a year from a private group, and then filed his statement of economic interest under penalty of perjury and denied he received anything. We had to take that to the FPPC in Sacramento to get that found, and that is not what citizens should be having to do. The city, especially the Ethics Commission, should be taking care of things like that.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on matters not on tonight's agenda?
Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. It appears that there's a complaint happening later in the agenda, which I will not speak about, but I will speak about what seems to be missing entirely from the record that's in your agenda packet, and it's an issue that I think is very significant and important. The supervisors, the complaint that you have talks about whether there was fairness and equality amongst the speakers being granted time to speak. And I don't want to address the fairness question or the equal time question. What I'm startled by is that I don't see any evidence that the complaint committee considered in any way whether 2 minutes is a legal limit for public comment. We've had, unfortunately, at the Board of Supervisors, a standing rule for quite some time that they have created in which they give a maximum of 2 minutes on their own, despite what the Sunshine Ordinance says about public comment. Section 67.15 regarding public testimony says, each policy body shall adopt a rule providing, this is section C, shall adopt a rule providing that each person wishing to speak on an item before the body at a regular or special meeting shall be permitted to be heard once for up to 3 minutes. Now, you've got some lawyers amongst yourselves, and you might ask them, but we've heard jokes made and not so jokes made that, well, up to 3 minutes means it's up to the chair to cut back the time. And there's a concept in law which your lawyers will be able to give a name to, and that is that you don't write a law that would be meaningless if it was interpreted a certain way. This regulation would be meaningless if it was always up to the chair to decide how much up to 3 minutes means. How about 2 minutes, 1 minute, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, 2 seconds? That is the choice of the chair? No. I don't think this is in any way meaningful unless you interpret it to mean what I think it intended, which is the public shall be permitted to be heard once for up to 3 minutes. That's up to them to choose. So I can talk for 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes or 1.5 minutes or 10 seconds if I want to. I'm very disappointed this didn't come up at that time, and I hope that you take it up in future and apply it as appropriate when it comes up in other ways. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment at this time?
Thomas Piccarello. Yeah, I'll be brief because you have a full agenda and there's a lot of people that want to go home. 2 issues. I'd like to see the task force put on one of the agendas coming up, Administrative Code 12L. As you know, 12L exempts nonprofits. Nonprofits get $600 million plus from city departments. It's an important issue, and I would again urge you to put that on your agenda. One other comment, it seems like the last speaker with public comments spoke on agenda item 18. And it's my recollection that public comment should be on other matters that aren't on the agenda. And finally, you have none of your orders of determination from 2015 online. These proceedings are not televised, and it's a pain in the ass to try to hear you. If you're not here on your audio recordings. So a minimum, what you ought to do is when an agency violates a sunshine ordinance, you ought to post your orders of determination online so that the electorate can see which officials, which department heads are violating the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do not see any further public comment at this time. Next on the agenda. Item number 4, file number 14106, complaint filed by Ray Hartz against Teresa Ono, President, Library Commission, for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Sunshine Ordinance, Section 67.15 for abridging public comment by not providing equal access to audio-visual equipment.
Okay, at this time, we need to determine jurisdiction. Do I hear a motion to find jurisdiction in this matter?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Is there any public comment on jurisdiction?
I have a question.
Member Pilpel has a question. Yes.
To the complainant, can you just explain to me very briefly if this is different from your prior complaint on the same subject?
Yes, it's an additional violation. After the order of determination was issued, they continue to refuse to follow the order.
Right.
May we take a vote on the jurisdiction prior to continuing?
I just wanted to make a note when we come back to the bylaws and complaint procedures, when there's a repeat complaint on the same subject, I'd like us to be able to not hear it if we've already heard the same substance, because I feel like we're just repeating the same thing here. So on that basis, I think I'm going to vote no on finding jurisdiction.
Member Fisher?
Maybe I read this wrong, but I'm oversimplifying. I read this as, we made an OD back on whatever date it was, saying, come on, library, let people use the PowerPoint, enough already. And from what I'm hearing is it's not being done, and that's why the complainant, Mr. Hartz, is coming here saying, they're still not letting me do it, even though you put this OD out. Is that correct? Maybe...
I believe there's additional information that
Okay.
we did refer this to the Ethics Commission, and they did not agree with the task force decision.
Oh, dear.
Okay, so, all right.
So I did oversimplify it. And was partially
Member David?
right, partially wrong.
Oh, you had, okay, all right. So at this time, Mr. Young, would you call the roll on jurisdiction?
On the motion to find jurisdiction, Member Wolf.
Yes.
Wolf, aye. Member Copra absent. Member Pilpil.
No.
Pilpil, no. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member David.
Aye.
David, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes to find jurisdiction.
All right, at this time, the complainant has 5 minutes to explain to us this matter.
Members of the task force, Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government. First, I'd like to address the simple fact, because it was already brought up. These are the orders of determination. The ones in red are the ones against the Library Commission, the City Library, and so forth, and not one of them have they adhered to. There is only one which has involved the placement of 150-word summaries, which they had voted against, never had a discussion about it, and then went ahead and changed their own policy without having a discussion about it. So this idea that they have a policy and vote for stuff, and then it's somehow written in stone is kind of bizarre. They've also managed to get other people like the city attorney's office, the city controller, the deputy city attorney, and the board of supervisors involved in their efforts to hide what they're doing. I'm going to address the first thing about this with something I've talked about before. This is from the federal court decision, Citizens United versus the Federal Elections Commission, and it starts out saying, the government may commit a constitutional wrong when by law it identifies certain preferred speakers. Focusing on the second paragraph. By taking the right to speak from some and giving it to others, the government deprives the disadvantaged person or class of the right to use speech to strive to establish worth, standing, and respect for the speaker's voice. And since we're talking about my voice, that's me. The bottom line is they have a group called the Friends, and if you ask them for financial information, they will raise up their hands and go, they're a private group, we don't have anything about them. And yet the private group will be invited, they will be given unlimited time, they will be given access to the audiovisual equipment, and any of us who do not agree with what they are doing or how they're doing it are limited to 3 minutes and denied access. And that's what this is about. It's not about the thing requiring them to give us access. It's about them denying access to certain people and giving it to others. And that's a conscious choice they make each and every time they do it. And when they do, the next paragraph, the next sentence falls in. The government may not by these means deprive the public, and we mean the general public attending these meetings, of the right and privilege to determine for itself what speech and speakers are worthy of consideration. And that's really what they're trying to do here. The Library Commission does not like what I have to say, which is opinion discrimination under the Brown Act. But the bottom line is they don't want me to be able to say something, or any member of the public to say something which counters their desired opinion. They want to have a happy meeting where the only thing that is there, and they take this position too, you can't talk about anything at their meetings unless they put it on the agenda. So they simply avoid talking about anything unpleasant by not putting it on the agenda. Now, The last thing I'm going to address is the issue of the $40,000. This was a canard that was brought up by Mr. Herrera at the library. I asked to send in a couple PowerPoint presentation slides by email. And that's how they do it with the friends and other groups that they invite. And I asked that those be included. And all of a sudden it turned into this $40,000 we have to spend, and nobody ever asked for that. Nobody ever asked for them to do anything other than do what they do for anybody else. And any of you who have worked with Microsoft PowerPoint or Word or whatever, you know that they can take a slide. Now, we know they got the slide because in their response they said, we got the slides and we made copies and put them in the back of the room. Well, there's a big difference there between making copies and putting them in the back of the room that the public might see and including them in the package, which is what they do for the friends, and mailing it out at city expense to all of the people on their mailing list. So basically what they're doing is they're establishing two levels. One is for the people they like and of which they approve and who approve of them. And then they're saying to the public who might disagree or anybody who disagrees, not only will we not give you any opportunity to counter on a fair basis what they have said, we are going to restrict you from even using the equipment that we make available to them. And again, I'm going to repeat this. This is denying access. It is not about being required to provide access, which is what the library and the letter from the city attorney's office seem to want to make it. It's about picking particular people and saying, we don't like what you have to say, and we will not let you use our equipment.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Okay, seeing none, the respondent from the library, you have as well 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, task force members. I'm Michael Lambert, Deputy City Librarian for the San Francisco Public Library. I'm here to speak to the complaint filed against Teresa Ono, the President of the Library Commission. You have some background information in your packet, but as background, at the Library Commission meeting of August 15th, 2013, the Library Commission voted unanimously to not allow members of the public to use audiovisual equipment during public comment. The library does not have a mechanism currently to provide such access. We provided you with a letter that we received earlier this week from the City Attorney, Dennis Herrera. This letter is to Teresa Ono and the Library Commission. It outlines the legal position that the Library Commission does in fact not violate the Brown Act, the Sunshine Ordinance, or the First Amendment rights of public commenters. The section 67.15 of the Admin Code includes no prescribed requirement that the Library Commission make audiovisual technology access available during public comment. When the library evaluated the necessary modifications that would be required to make such audiovisual access available, it was determined that such upgrades would require a significant outlay of resources. The Library Commission, operating within their charter authority, chose not to make this expenditure for audiovisual upgrades a priority. The setup of the Corrett Auditorium has a stage area for the Library Commissioners and the seating area for the public, which also has a podium for public comment. To outfit this area for public comment, it would need to be rewired and upgraded. No provision was made 20 years ago when the main library opened for this purpose. The audiovisual presentations made as part of the Library Commission's business in conducting meetings are strictly for items on the agenda. These preparations require media technician staff to load the presentations in order and configure settings in advance to optimize the resolution and acoustics for the Corrett's equipment capabilities. Presentations made by non-library staff may occasionally include other city and county of San Francisco departments or the library support group, the Friends of the Library, if they are requested by the Commission to be part of the agenda. The equipment on stage is not conducive to loading presentations in real time during public comment because files provided on a flash drive or other storage device by members of the public may be corrupted due to malware or viruses, which would compromise the integrity of library equipment and the network. The library does not have sufficient organizational resources in the way of staff capacity in our media unit to be able to take on the responsibility for uploading digital files for every member of the public who may want to provide audiovisual access during public comment. The library does not have sufficient capacity to scan and digitize print or analog content and upload these files into the Library Commission's formal agenda presentation either. There would be no way to anticipate the volume of such prospective audiovisual requests in advance and determine whether or not the Library Commission would even be able to conduct the normal business on the agenda if such a precedent was set for public comment. As it stands, all members of the public have equal access up to 3 minutes during public comment. The Library Commission has made allowance for copies of supporting materials to be made available to the public as a low-tech, cost-effective accommodation. And this evening, I do have our Facilities Chief, Roberto Lombardi, here to speak about the work done previously to consult with the Department of Public Works, who costed out the necessary modifications with the Bureau of Building Repair. It's my understanding that this work would require coring down through the concrete slab and going through the stage, requiring significant renovation. We also have the Commission Secretary in attendance, Sue Blackman. She's here to take questions as well and speak to the Library Commission's action. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the respondent? Okay, seeing none, the matter is with the task force. Member David.
So I just have a very quick question, and perhaps this, I'm going to address this. Maybe Member Pilpel seems to know about this. So previously, it seems like Mr. Hart's brought a very similar case where we found a violation and we sent it on to ethics. Is this correct? And the ethics determination, they did not agree with our. I just want to. Is it Chair Washburn? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so Mr. Hart's. Can you explain to me how this case is fundamentally different than the previous case?
Fundamentally, it is not different. It is just simply the fact that I went through the process, got the determination, tried to get them to follow it, and they wouldn't do it. I would like to comment on the Ethics Commission hearing. The Ethics Commission hearing was announced the day I had left the state to go to visit my family in Florida, and the hearing was held the day before I got back. The only notification I got was the notification of the interested persons list of the agenda, which was delivered to my house 3 days before the hearing, which, again, I was out of the state in Florida. So I think it speaks to the fact that I was not, as the complainant, I was not given any notification that hearing was being held. So to say that they found it, yeah, he went there, and actually Commissioner Andrews at the hearing directly asked Mr. Herrera, did you make any attempt to find a less expensive option to meet Mr. Hartz's request? Oh, yeah, we looked and we couldn't find anything that was feasible. The only thing we can do is spend $40,000.
Thank you. I mean, I have to say, I do not find the library's arguments very compelling. Simultaneously, I'm personally struggling with that. If ethics is already, I mean, that's helpful to hear from Mr. Hartz that he was not there. I think that the library would have done itself more of a service saying this has already gone to ethics, and they said no. As I hear them argue more and more about it's going to have to drill down and we're going to have to do this and that, I just find it less convincing that, anyway, I'll move on.
Okay, hang on to those thoughts. Member Wolf?
I have a question for the representative from the library, and it may end up turning into a question for the rest of the task force if the library doesn't have an answer to this. So the argument around allowing people to use their flashcards to deliver a presentation is that it could expose the library's computer system to malware and viruses or something of that sort. Is that correct?
That's only part of it, but...
Okay,
yes.
but that is one of the arguments.
Yes, sir.
Great. In the event that there were to spend $40,000 to put a new computer over there, how would that deal with that issue pertaining to concerns around exposure to malware, viruses, et cetera?
that risk would still exist. The $40,000 outlay would equip the podium in the public seating area to be ADA accessible. It would cover the rewiring necessary, the work going down into the concrete slab and through the stage in order to make this audio-visual equipment available during public comment.
But the concerns around the viruses would continue to persist in the same way, is what you're telling me.
It's possible that the equipment could still be compromised.
So we have, I don't know how many different organizations that do facilitate audio-visual support and people putting in thumb drives to provide presentations throughout the city. I haven't heard of any problems. I'm sure there are things that could be done to minimize that risk, but I haven't heard that there's a need to further do more stuff. So I'm just curious how that argument really has any weight towards what you were saying, based on the fact that even after spending $40,000, which you said you could do if you wanted to spend the money, this security risk would maintain the same risk, essentially.
Well, it's good to know that there are some other best practices within the city and county that we could certainly look to address that issue.
And then going from there, if the security risk doesn't really exist, we already have a computer set up that one could plug a card into. And I realize that physically it's not located all in the right place, but I'm going to assume that it either has Bluetooth or could be plugged in with a Bluetooth dongle. And for a lot less than $40,000, we could give the member of the public access to a mouse to turn on their presentation and flip through it, or one of those doohickeys that you see at presentations all the time. So why is the $40,000 approach even being discussed when we can use the existing equipment and wireless technologies to probably solve this problem for a few $100s, if not less?
I am not familiar with the wireless technology that you're describing, but I am going to defer to our Chief of Facilities, Roberto Lombardi, who can address the cost issue.
Great, thank you.
Thanks. Good evening. Good evening, task force members. And
sorry, through the chair.
Excuse me.
Here we go.
Excuse me, Member
Yes,
Vice
through the
Chair.
chair.
Hiley.
I'm going to interrupt you because this is really irrelevant. We've had this discussion before. I'm going to ask you a simple question. Have you?
Wait, hold up. I don't have an answer to my question yet. I think I should still be able to hear.
Okay.
Let me propose my question first, then we can hear his rebuttal. But what I was going to ask, very simply, is: have you allowed other outside agencies, Friends of the Library, other experts, to put information on through flashcards into the system?
Just a second, Vice Chair Highland. I see where you're going, and I'm very sorry, Member Wolf. His question should be answered first. I thought yours was more procedural than a matter of substance. So, Member Wolf, would you ask your question again?
I mean, do you have any?
No, I heard your question.
Great, thank you.
And I'm Roberto Lombardi. I'm the facilities director. I'm not the IT director. But I would like to clarify for the task force what may help is the $40,000 in question is, there are basically two paths here. What the $40,000 is referring to physical improvements to the auditorium. It is not referring to anything having to do with scanning files, increasing IT security. What it's really about is that the auditorium does not have an ADA podium in it right now. The auditorium was built with no provision for public comment. And so it was previously a very simple podium has been placed there with a microphone. So what we're trying to say is the $40,000 simply refers to that if we wanted people to be able to show up, to have jump drives, to have PowerPoint presentations from that podium, the reason for the $40,000 is because of the requirements to provide equal access to people. You can't just, it's a complicated installation. You'd have a podium, most likely you'd be required now to have one that raises and lowers. You'd have to core through the slab, core into the stage area. What we're really talking about here is the potential, and those of you who've worked on city projects will understand what I mean here. Once you start monkeying around with the layout in that auditorium, the Mayor's Office of Disability is going to want to make sure everything is done a certain way. I've even been warned we might even trigger a complete reconfiguration of seating in that auditorium, because these things that you put in now are not simple. But what I'm really trying to provide the task force with information about here is just to understand that this is just the physical stuff. It's not, doesn't address it does not address the question of whether or not somebody can install a jump drive. That's a separate thing.
I understand that. Member Highland, can I continue with my last question in this? Great. So the final thing that I want to know is, okay, so I'm assuming no one here thinks that the city should spend $40,000 to improve the actual physicality of this building in order to make this access happen. That doesn't seem like necessarily the best way to crack an egg. However, why is it not feasible for someone either at the beginning of the meeting, or maybe you could even require them to do it 24 hours before the meeting, to give someone in the Library Commission a file which could then be put into the computer that's already being used to put presentations on the screen, and then a mouse or something that could be wireless so that the member of the public could control it. Why is this not feasible?
I think, again, I'm speaking as the facilities director, but with some knowledge of the entire situation. The challenge is not that. You can always give somebody a file. But right now, the way the business of the library is conducted is that the meeting is for the commission to evaluate issues before the library, to basically make decisions about the operation of the library. Therefore, people are invited to come and make presentations that are pertinent to making those decisions. So what I'm driving at is, if we say to someone, one of the challenges is, fine, you can bring your jump drive. If at the next meeting 15 people show up and they all have jump drives, then the challenge becomes, how do we accommodate 15 people who are all going to be providing us? How do you say to one person, you can do yours, but by the way, the 14 of you can't? So I'm just trying to kind of, I know it, what I'm trying to point out is, as a library, we're a very open institution, and it's troubling to people when we say do something that appears as though we're trying to abridge public comment, but we're not. We're trying to be equitable. And I want to make that distinction that the Library Commission, people who present, are there at the request of the Commission on business that is specific to them making a decision. And the comment that can come on that information right now is equitable. It's, you can print your material. We really would have a challenge. I don't know how to answer the question of, how do you answer that question if you tell one person, well, you can bring a video, but the rest of you can't, because at a certain point, the commission wouldn't have enough time. There'd be not enough time, and there would be not enough time for our IT staff to evaluate all that stuff. So
how many requests? I guess the facilities manager wouldn't know the answer to this, but you should. How many requests for multimedia assistance at public comment presentations does the Library Commission receive on, I don't know, a monthly basis, a weekly basis, an annual basis?
I do not have those statistics.
Is it more than a dozen over the past year that you can recall?
Here's our commission secretary, Sue Blackman.
Sue Blackman, Library Commission Secretary. We haven't had a lot of requests. We have had requests, on and off. I think the issue is, as Roberto said, that if people start seeing people doing this during public comment, we obviously would have to allow everybody to have the same opportunity. We have one staff person doing the technical video stuff, and he's up in the booth. We do not have another staff person available to even plug it in and do it, because what happens is, when these other people make presentations, they give it to us ahead of time. It's loaded in the order of the agenda as part of that agenda item and shown. So public comment is kind of a whole different ballgame.
So obviously, it wouldn't be ideal for anyone, but if you required, say, 72 hours before the meeting that members of the public that have a presentation need to get it to a member of the staff, that would essentially give them the staff the same opportunity to put that in the queue the same way as everything else. And I realize that members of the public may not show up, but you can always just skip through presentations should they not be there.
Right, and I guess that is staff time that we don't necessarily, we have very limited IT staff for these meetings. So that would be additional work for our IT staff.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Vice Chair Hyland.
I think we basically, covered what I was going to point out, which is basically, I'm speaking for myself and perhaps the commission, and I think what we found the last go around is if you're going to allow access to anybody, we don't care how you categorize it, you must do it for everybody. I think that was the general, order we came up with. So if they are allowing access to these experts, in a broad reading of this, they should allow access to everybody. And that we didn't find that as a persuasive argument. Looking back at the minutes of the Ethics Committee meeting, which is in this file, I think the Ethics Committee basically voted on the fact that the wrong person was addressed in this, or rather the Herrera was addressed versus the actual Library Commission. And I'm maybe not reading that correctly, but I see Member Hepner nodding his head. And that seemed, if it's as simple as going back and making sure the correct body or bodies or responsible heads of the departments, then I think we should be consistent. I think we should find violation again, as we have in the past, and maybe identify who it is or what body we are finding a violation and push this once again to the Ethics Committee. That's just my initial take.
So, Member Hyland, did you review what the Ethics Commission said here? Was it?
Yeah, reading through the Ethics Commission's notes, it does appear that the Mr. Herrera was before the Ethics Commission, not the Library Commission sort of at large. And it was Commissioner Keene who voiced concern that the wrong person was before the Ethics Commission. Commissioner Keene, however, was the only individual who dissented from the Ethics Commission's majority opinion that said that there was no violation, and it's not entirely clear whether that was a deciding factor. Certainly it was a concern of Commissioner Keene, but Commissioner Keene raised other concerns and voted against our order of determination in any event. Now, I do think that Commissioner Keene raised some valid concerns that regarding equal access to the audio-visual components and the potential, the argument that there was discrimination based on content of the speech happening here. That was a minority opinion of the Ethics Commission, but I happen to agree with Commissioner Keene that this does sound like discrimination based on content. Now, whether this amounts to a violation, I'm sorry, I'm rambling on beyond the topic or the narrow question, but whether this amounts to a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance is another question. The Sunshine Ordinance does prohibit abridging public comment, and that is 67.15b. So the question is whether public comment is being abridged in this circumstance in light of the fact that the public is allowed to provide oral testimony even absent use of the audiovisual equipment. And I think that's really the question before us here. And it sounds like it's the same question that was before us previously. And I suppose that I have a procedural question. The Ethics Commission, did they conduct a de novo review of all the facts and issues in this case? That is to say, did they consider this as if this was before them for the first time? Or were they taking our order of determination into consideration and assessing whether various parties had met their burden of proof? Does anyone know the answer to the...
Well, as you know, Member Hepner, because you and I went to the meeting where their Ethics Commission has revised their procedures for handling our complaints. And should this go, it depends on what we send to them. If we're claiming a willful violation, I believe it's willful violation, then they might do a de novo review. I don't know what they did here, because there had been another round of changes in their procedures prior to this. I mean, they used to not do anything. They just would reject everything we sent to them.
Right.
So once again, they've changed their procedures, and I'm not sure how they would handle this. But as Mr. Hart said, he was not present to testify on his behalf or give any background information, nor I don't believe there was anybody there from the task force either. So,
And I'll just, on that note, if I may.
Right. Okay.
Just one last comment, and it does appear from the notes that they assessed the facts as if they had come before them for the first time, and irrespective of our order of determination, they were assessing independently whether there had been a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance. That's just what it appears from the meeting minutes. And that is a different assessment, for instance, than saying, yes, our order of determination is valid, we're just going to assess whether it was a willful violation. That does not appear to be what happened before the Ethics Commission. They weren't just assessing willfulness, they were assessing the validity of our order of determination. To the extent that the Ethics Commission is binding on us, that seems to invalidate or overrule our order of determination.
Through Chair.
Vice Chair Hyland, then Member Pelpel.
Yeah, we have the writer of the minutes in this room. We could certainly pose that question to her, because the minutes. I don't even see what the motion is. It just says that Mr. Herrera sustained his burden of proof. So was the motion, did Mr. Herrera sustain his burden of proof, or was that just, again, it's not very clear what was voted on. And in fact, Member Keene actually voted against that. So,
can I ask the city attorney, do you know how this approached the Ethics Commission procedurally?
I don't, but I know at the time that it did, that it was brought to ethics, that they would start with a clean slate and hear everything from scratch if they were determining whether or not it was a willful violation. So.
And is the Ethics Commission's opinion then, is that binding on us? I mean, does that essentially vacate our order of determination?
No. It's a good question. I'm not 100% certain on that. I know that, from a technical standpoint, I don't know whether or not it does, but it even if it doesn't, it's the functional equivalent, because that's where we send cases for enforcement. So if they're refusing to enforce, it's toothless.
Okay.
Member Pelpel, and then Member Wolf, and then Member David.
I've actually been quiet on this one until now. Just a couple of quick things. I believe at the Ethics Commission meeting at the time, under their regs that were then in effect, they gave credence to the task force's recommendation, and the burden was on Librarian Herrera to show that he had not violated the ordinance. And so when they talk about him carrying his burden, they felt that he had made an appropriate showing there. As to the question of whether the Ethics Commission ruling overrules this task force's determination, I think it does in the narrow, but I don't think it does in a broad sense. The task force, in my view, can disagree with the Ethics Commission, with a city department, with any other city actor, and we're entitled to our point of view. If something is sent to the Ethics Commission and they choose not to enforce it for following their procedure, they're entitled to do that too. We may not like it, but we're sort of independent actors in this view. And I'll just limit to that right now.
I tend to agree with Member Pelpel's read of this too, that we are an independent body, and I can foresee us again finding a violation, but rather sending it to ethics, sending this to EOTC and trying to work out some way to solve this problem, because I think that I've been to the Corrett Auditorium many times for many reasons. Our library was built to be a model for 21st century use of technology in a library. And so it just boggles my mind that we can't solve this problem in a way to afford members of the public the opportunity to show some slides. They would still only have their 3 minutes. Up to 3 minutes. You know, it just boggles my mind that we can't work around that. And I also think of all the many forums that my organization, League of Women Voters, we've had there, and other things that I've been to. The Elections Commission meets there. A bunch of people do. So it's used all the time. It should be it should be accessible in all ways for people with disabilities. It should be a model for allowing free and open and unfettered access to speech about all kinds of things. So I think there must be some way around this that we could think about. And the $40,000, hey, Friends of the Library has millions of dollars that they give to the library. Our city is awash in money right now. You know, the $40,000 is chump change, frankly. I mean, not for us personally, but so okay. I'm venting right now, but those are some thoughts about what we might do with this.
So, I mean, I think you're right in the scheme of things when you look at the budget that the $40,000 is chump change. But in terms of your suggestions of referring this to EOTC and anywhere but ethics, my concern is that basically at the beginning of this conversation it was we can't do it because we'd have to build this thing and we can't let them put files on our computers because it could create some virus issue. But now it seems like even if they built the $40,000 thing, the virus issue still exists, and that was the most thing that had any weight that I was listening to, although it still sounded spurious. And it seems like if we... apparently there was actually a meeting where they voted to not allow the public to have access to this material, to these facilities. So I think that us trying to work with them after this started a year and a half ago is kind of a fantasy. It seems like there is a determined reason that they do not want to provide this access, and eventually it became well, if we give it to Ray, then 50,000 people are going to come to the Library Commission with movies they want to show, and that's just looking for a problem that's not going to exist. But my concern about the sunshine violation itself is that this seems like a real problem. It seems like a violation of the theory of what open government is about, as particularly in the year 2015. And to me, it harkens back to the need for a revision in the Sunshine Law. But I don't really see, based on what I've heard argued today in particular, there's some other stuff in the previous case, but particularly today, I don't really see an argument that this is actually a violation of the Sunshine Law, so much as a violation of basic principles of open meetings outside of the way the law is actually written.
Okay, Vice Chair Hyland?
I know we haven't had rebuttals yet, but if we are going to move to find a violation, I think we name the parties and the institutions very carefully, and I'm also leaning towards violation of 6721E, not sending a qualified person here. No disrespect to the two gentlemen that are here, but I would like to talk to the IT person. That's who I'd like to talk to tonight. And again, that seems to be the heart of this matter. So that's just where I am with this.
You just reminded me.
All right. Member David?
I just have a very quick question for members of the library. I'm sorry, not the structural guy, and I apologize, I didn't write down your names.
Lambert.
Mr. Lambert, thank you. Mr. Lambert, during the meetings, is there a time for general public comment for issues that are not on the agenda? I felt like I heard Ms. Blackman say that one of the concerns is that people will come up and talk about things that are not on the agenda, but there is a...
Absolutely. At the beginning of every meeting, we offer time for public comment.
You offer time for public comment for items not on the agenda?
That's correct.
Okay. So, the Board of Supervisors, offers, overhead projectors and computer. It seems, I'm kind of with Member Wolf here, that it feels like You guys are kind of bending over backwards to not provide something that seems fairly simple to provide, that almost every other government agency in the city does provide. While simultaneously, I'm not sure that there's a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance here, and so
we found it before, though.
Anyway, so that's it. Thank you for answering my question about the general public comment.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, at this time, we offer the respondent, Mr. Lambert, 3 minutes for a rebuttal.
They bunted it back.
Thank you for this time. I would just like to offer that the library is mission-driven, and we are founded on this principle of free and open access to all. The issue of whether or not we're abridging public comment by not allowing access to the audio-visual equipment during public comment is we've received an opinion from the city attorney on that. The Library Commission has made their recommendation unanimously. I would say that the library is completely accessible from ADA requirements from the standpoint that any item on the agenda, any presenter, community-based organization, member of the public asked to speak to library business by the Library Commission, there is a ramp, there is access to equipment up on the stage. It's just that it's different from how we approach public comment. We approach public comment with a lectern out on the floor where the public seating is at, and every individual is allowed up to 3 minutes for public comment, and it's equitable access for members of the public to offer their input on items on the agenda and otherwise, even at the outset of the Library Commission meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, the complainant has 3 minutes.
Members of the task force, the reason people use audiovisual equipment is the old expression, a picture is worth 1,000 words. And if you allow one side of an argument to use the pictures to make their point and show graphs and charts and all these other things, and then you say to the member of the public who maybe has a differing opinion, oh, you have to just do it all verbally. And no matter how complicated it is, no matter what it involves, you have to do it verbally when they can provide charts and graphs and pictures. It puts the public at a disadvantage. It just basically tilts the field so far in one direction. And very frankly, that's what the Library Commission wants. Despite their I don't know why they end up talking about ADA. This is not an ADA issue. This is an issue of equal treatment under the law. It is a question whether I can come in and make a presentation and use slides, which you all saw. I do this at every public meeting. I use slides to make my point, and it is much more effective and understandable to the public. So this is not just a matter of me being denied access, it's the public being denied access. And as said in that Supreme Court decision, the public should have the right to decide who they should listen to and who they should not. And to say one side gets to do the dog and pony show and in addition gets unlimited time because they're invited. And then the only thing the public can do if they disagree with what was presented was verbally talk for 3 minutes. That tilts the field so far, it's unbelievable. Now, as far as sending it back to ethics, I have no problem going back to ethics because now I'll keep an eye out and make sure they at least send me a notification so that I can attend. I think it's rather disingenuous and basically dishonest to have a hearing with one of the interested parties, the complainant, in the referred file, not present, and nobody at that hearing seemed to be interested in any way, shape, manner, form. Where's Mr. Hartz? Mr. Hartz has never missed a complaint proceeding. Never. They want to keep they want to keep my comments out of the record. They have abridged my comments. They have censored my comments. They have misrepresented my comments. They have done things, and all those previous orders of determination had to do with all of those issues. And this is
just for clarification, when you say they have, which
the Library Commission and the city librarian.
Thank you. I just want to make sure you were.
Sure.
Thank you.
And so basically, this is just a further attempt to do this. But I would like you to think of one thing. Why should any member of the public, including any of you, if you feel something is important enough for you to go to a public meeting, why should you be have one hand tied by your back by being forced to deal without audio visuals when in this day and age, even the ordinance says when you upgrade equipment, you're supposed to take those things into consideration?
Thank you. All right, the matter is now at the task force. Vice Chair Hyland.
We're still discussing. You went first. Yeah, we can still discuss before we put out a motion. I think, just the fact that we had Supervisor Avalos here, and I'm not sure if he used the projector. I think he did. I'm not sure if he did, but he could have. And the fact that other members of the public do use the AV equipment. I mean, this is what's happening right here now in our meetings. This is what needs to happen in this body as well. I mean, I think it's pretty clear cut. I would like, if we're going to, come up with a motion, just to craft it carefully as to the language, as to the commission and the head of the commission, the library commission. I think we need to capture both of those parties because it was ambiguous from the ethics commission's minutes whether that was used as a loophole or presented a loophole that they felt they had to vote on. So I think we need to present it quite tight and cogent manner. I'm willing to present a motion to find a violation of 6715, but I would be open for discussion as to who or what is named as a subject of that before we go any further.
Yes, Member Fisher.
I have a question for our attorney. And to be discussed among, I'm concerned that this is like, a tennis match, a ping pong ball. We booted it one way, it went to ethics, they bounced it back, now Mr. Hartz is back, and we're going back and forth, and the library commission says, oh, it's going to be 40,000. So then suppose we say, oh, no, you have to do this, and then they bounce it back and go, oh, 40, it's 120,000. So my question to you, Mr. City Attorney, is this almost really not in our jurisdiction and maybe more of a legal issue that we would, by all means participate in? But I'm starting to feel this isn't sunshine. This is more, legal because.
Well, from an analysis from a sunshine perspective, I think you should look at what they're doing, whether it violates the Brown Act or 6715D. I think you've spent a certain amount of time tonight, maybe more so than you should have, determining whether or not they could have provided the public with access to audiovisual equipment. But by not doing so, can any of you name a provision of the ordinance or the Brown Act that they violated?
That's the problem. And this is one of those where I wish I was queen of the world and could say to the library, stop messing around with this, do what they want and move on. But I'm not on that commission.
Member Wolf.
So I didn't read the file as well as I should have, but I have heard an argument about why this is an actual violation of the Brown Act, or not the Brown Act, but our Sunshine Ordinance from Ray Hartz that was not articulated today. And I'm curious how we're supposed to proceed around arguments of violations that weren't actually raised by the complainant in the procedure but have been raised previously. It is definitely touched upon in the prior complaint. I just don't know whether it's fully formed, but it seems to me that this really pertains to how the friends have access versus the public, and that's probably the best case because I don't see anything else that says that the government can't have better access to technology than the public for meetings. And I don't think they should. I think it's a violation of the essence of the Sunshine Ordinance, but I can't find it in a line to actually stand behind that.
Member Pilpel.
So, a couple of things. I heard a motion from Member Hyland. I didn't hear a second.
I heard just more thought of a motion, but not yet formulated.
All right. I agree with much of what Member Wolf just said. I found the last time this came up 2 years ago, and I still believe that there's nothing in the Brown Act or the Sunshine Ordinance that requires this equal treatment with regarding AV equipment. I think it would be nice. I think it would be good. I think under 67.30, we could urge the Library Commission to do so. I think that was sort of implicit in our past action, and the Library Commission considered it and decided not to. And I think while we have a responsibility to advise departments of practical ways to implement the law, and we can talk about things that make sense even if they're not strictly within the letter, when it comes to a violation, I think it is pretty much under the letter, and so that's why I didn't feel then, and I don't feel now, that there's a violation. 4 of the other members of the task force were present for that hearing 2 years ago and found that there was a violation. You're not bound by your decision then, but it may be informative. I think, again, it would be good if all people had the same abilities to present, whether it's here at Corrette, any other place, but the technology and the facilities don't, in all cases, allow that. And, you know, I hesitate to get into it too much, but remember a few years ago, the city spent, what was it, like $1 million rehabbing the board chambers for like a 3-inch problem because then Supervisor Alioto Pier was whatever that the members of the board with certain disabilities couldn't get to the president's podium, and so they spent that much, and there was a hue and cry about. Whenever you get into facilities issues, you potentially get into ADA accommodations, and it can get very expensive very quickly. Are there other workarounds, such as what Member Wolf, I think, suggested, that if 24 or 72 hours in advance someone emailed the information to the commission secretary and said, please arrange to put this in the queue, I may be there for public comment, I'd like to be able to do this? That sounds like a pretty reasonable workaround. Okay. So,
Excuse me, all right.
so I'm just suggesting that there may be ways to work through it, but I'm not finding on the record that there's a violation.
Member Hepner, we haven't heard from you yet.
Yeah, I think my decision's going to bear on one thing, and that is whether the Friends of the Library, are they speaking during public comment? So the Friends of the Public Library have a standing agenda item, and they are allowed to use the audiovisual equipment. Otherwise, we have this memorandum that states that Teresa Ono, the president, or the respondent in this case, the president of the SF Public Library Commission, that the rules are consistently applied for public comment. That is what is important to me. If they're consistently applied during public comment, then you don't have discrimination based on content, which I think would constitute abridging criticism underneath 67.15D. Without that, I don't see I don't see a violation.
Member Wolf, did you have something to say?
Yeah, I'm curious whether there's. So one of the violations that we find when it's a record is a failure to assist the public, and I'm just right now reading through the sort of front end of the Sunshine Law to see a Sunshine Act, to see ordinance, to see whether there's anything that we can find a violation of that speaks to the sort of this act against the spirit of Sunshine that I just can't get behind a violation of the public comment part. I would love to. I don't see it on paper.
If I may, just one. Well, I don't know. Maybe we should just move on and make a motion first. But I do have a recommend that I find more curious the fact that the Friends of the San Francisco Public Library have this de facto standing agenda item. That I find to be more interesting than the fact that the public comment is, whether access to audiovisual equipment during public comment is equally applied. I don't know why the Friends have the standing agenda item that
Let's
lifts their
get,
speech above.
Just a second. So could you speak to that, Mr. Lambert?
I can settle that right now. The Friends of the Library do not have a standing agenda item on Library Commission meetings. During public comment, if the executive director or any member of the Friends of the Library leverage public comment, they're treated the same as any member of the public. The only time the Friends of the Library are allowed access to have a presentation on the audio-visual equipment is if they're asked to be on the agenda by the Library Commission and invited to speak to an issue pertinent to library business.
Okay, do they ever ask to be on the agenda?
They are invited by the Library Commission. The Library Commission sets the agenda for library meetings.
Okay, because if the Friends ask to be on the agenda and get put on the agenda, that seems to me to be a rule or procedure that should apply to members of the public as well.
Perhaps follow-up question
Vice Chair Hyland?
is Mr. Lambert, of the last 12 meetings you've had, how many times have the Friends been invited to speak?
I'm going to defer to our Commission Secretary.
To be honest, I don't know that they've given a presentation in the last year. I think it's been over a year since they have given their presentation, and it's usually their annual statement and their financial contributions.
Let's go back 5 years.
Maybe
Is it once a year?
Probably once a year.
Thank you.
Let's go further back, 10 years. I'm just trying to establish a pattern here.
Okay, I've been with the commission for 8 years, and I would say it's once a year.
Roughly once a year.
Okay, thank you. All right, we had a motion. Is there a second for that motion?
Actually, I haven't yet quite made.
Oh, you haven't quite made the motion.
I mean, I think we've spent valuable time, but it's not really about the IT part of this, I don't think. I think that's a...
Well, I made this suggestion a while ago about I think we're all wrapped up into this because, please correct me if I'm putting words in your mouth or thoughts in your head, but I think we're a little bit incredulous that there can't be a fix here in 2015. And we look at what we have here, and we look at our library, which is just a model for information literacy, not just regular literacy. We're just, okay, can't this be fixed? Not just for the Library Commission, but for everybody who uses that wonderful auditorium. So if we don't find a violation, I think what the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force can do is we can ask the library to come before us and, look at this issue because it does impact full access to public meetings and opportunities for members of the public to speak. So there must be some way, short of finding a violation and going that route. This doesn't seem to be an impossible nut to crack, and that's what do you all think? Am I speaking out of school or what?
Well, I'm concerned
Member
that
Fisher.
what you've just said is what I want too, but that's kind of what we did today. I mean, we went through this back in whatever month it was, November. We went back and forth, ping pong ball, tennis ball, back and forth. Now the library is here. And, we're hearing the same thing from different people this time. And I just, I don't think that's going to get us anywhere. But I'm not letting you off the hook either. I mean, it's up to her if you can speak. It's not up to me.
So that's why I'm suggesting, perhaps we don't find a violation, but let's continue this. I think, because we're doing this on other matters. For example, the matter we're going to hear at 7. We didn't find a violation, but they brought up something that's important. So, sir?
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. Just something that I think would help to clarify things technically. I do want to dispel the notion that the library built in 1996 is a model of 21st technology. It's not. I'm the facilities director. They're not the IT director, but we're struggling with a problem now that we have Cat5 wire in that building that is too small. And I also want to dispel the notion that $45,000 or $40,000 is chump change. It's not. I can paint the interior of 3 branch libraries for that. So, you have to remember, as grand as our budget is at the library, we're a city organization, most of that budget is salaries. And I really, really try to husband the funds we have for facilities because the building is not as perfect as I would like. The branches are not as perfect as I would like. And so I just want to give you that bigger picture because what the Library Commission here is really talking about is they're trying to husband resources, and that's true with IT too. And we're not Twitter, we're not Facebook, we do not have an army of IT guys, and it's easy for us to say, well, it's 2015, you guys can just put the resources here. But please remember that when IT is working, if you put in somebody there who spends a day going through all these different files, that's a day that they're not working on other stuff, and trust me, IT is overworked too. It's not like they have a couple thousand computers. I look at our staff computers, they're not as up to date as they should be, and it's public service that gets impacted. So, I appreciate, though, that it is a policy decision, but I just did want to assure you that it's not as though we're awash in resources and really just don't want to do this. The Library Commission has to weigh, is this an efficient use for things? And again, in the case of $45,000, I think there are a lot of people in the community who would say, no, we would really prefer that you do some painting or some carpet before you do that. Everybody has an equal 3 minutes. Everybody has an equal opportunity to speak. Come and do something for us. So it's just to give you a sense that we're not trying to be obstinate. The commission really is seriously weighing where do we put these resources. So thank you for letting me say that.
Vice Chair Hyland.
Sorry, I think in the interests of a picture is worth 1,000 words and the spirit of transparency here, I think I'm going to make a motion for 6715D. Again, as we did 2 years ago. And through the chair, I would recommend this does not go to EATC if it is passed, because again, I think this is something that is above that level already, and it's not an IT fix per se. It's more of a, it's a principle here more than anything that we're arguing for. And I think, the more times this comes up, the more times it'll be taken notice of, and maybe, when we amend our charter, ultimately that language will capture this kind of exigency. So that's my motion.
Although I want to say that the order of determination for the last case was to find a violation of. Oh, okay. You're right. It is there's a mistake actually. It's down here. It says B. We found D. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, 67.15A and D.
A and D. And furthermore, perhaps we should find that against the complainant, the person named, and the Library Commission, if that would tighten any loopholes. I'm open to that being part of it or not.
All right. So the motion is to find a violation of 67.15D and to name the chair of the Library Commission.
President.
The president of the Library Commission. Okay.
And the Library Commission? And the Commission as a whole.
And the Commission. All right. Is there a second? Okay, I'll second it. Public comment, our first member, Wolf.
I'd like to propose a friendly amendment to also include, I don't know whether we can just do 67.1 or whether we do 67.1A or 67.1D, but I think that's the only place that speaks to the general idea as opposed to a specific thing that's kind of not all that specific in the actual language.
So, is the maker of the motion? That's fine with me. The maker of the motion accept that as well.
Accepted.
Okay.
Discussion on that?
Member Pilpel?
So my concern about that, I mean, I think we can certainly vote on a 67.15 or 15D violation. My concern about 67.1 or any part of it is it's simply findings and declarations. I don't read anything in 67.1 that someone can either uphold or violate. It doesn't set a specific burden on any city officer. I think if we want to find a violation of 67.15, that's fine. I disagree, but that's fine. But I would not include 67.1 because I don't think anyone can violate it in the same way.
That's specifically why I thought it made sense to add it as opposed to make an alternative motion, because I think that it speaks to, I think that they work well together, and one of them may fall by the wayside when ethics looks at it or whatnot, but I think they do work well in concert.
The maker of the motion?
I'm just wondering if it does pass and it does go to ethics and it's all bundled together, it may be easier to have it fail. It might be stronger either divided or separated, two motions. And we can vote on both of them separately, perhaps.
Okay, so it doesn't...
I'm sorry, can I just ask again, what is the language in 67.1 that you're suggesting was being violated? Can you quote that?
Well, we can go with 67.1A and argue that it's a failure of the government's duty to serve the public in reaching its decisions in full view of the public, which is a stretch, I realize. The other one that we can go with is 67.1D, which is also a stretch, admittedly, in that the first sentence, the right of the people to know what their government and those acting on behalf of their government are doing is fundamental to democracy. And with very few exceptions, that right supersedes any other policy interest government officials may use to prevent public access to information. Now, they don't specifically say public access to government information. And what the Library Commission is doing is, in a sense, preventing the public's access to Ray Hart's information by denying him the use of the audio-video. And that seems to me the strongest legal argument that I can find, but I'm not the lawyer at all.
Member David.
So in the interest of if this passes and tightening up the case as much as possible, I just have a concern about adding a due process concern. If we start adding people now as, to this motion that they weren't noticed, right? So in the complaint filed by Ray Hartz is against Teresa Ono, President of the Library Commission, and that I believe that the motion is to add additional people to the motion, to find a violation of additional people that have not been duly noticed. And this has come back in the past that the due process was not given. So that's just something
that's a fair point. Perhaps DC Acola could address that. I mean, the reason I'm throwing it in there is because it seemed to be a loophole last go around. I'm trying to avoid that.
I think it is a fair question as to whether or not it raises a due process concern, and I think it does.
Isn't the Ethics Commission hearing this de novo?
Okay.
Excuse me, sorry.
Can I weigh in on this, please?
I just wanted to say that Ray Hart's original complaint against the Library Commission, and the name of the individual contact is the president. But our agenda states what exactly?
Teresa Ono, President, Library Commission.
Yeah, it just says the President of the Library Commission.
Can I suggest a solution to that?
Okay.
I think, and I'm not sure that this motion passes, but if it does, I think we can add the Library Commission tonight for purpose of finding a violation, so long as we're not at the same meeting referring it to ethics. I think the referral to ethics requires a notice to anyone who's named for that. So I think that's
what I was saying, yeah.
Okay.
And we've done this before, and we've actually, Member Hepner and I had this very conversation with ethics, that in the course of our fact-finding, we often will change, but we notify everybody as soon as everybody is CC'd as
We
soon
take
as
the extra step.
Yeah. So I don't think that's a good point. I think we're good, though.
Thank you.
All right, so in the interest of moving along, we have,
Perhaps we could restate the motion and then have public comment.
So, yes, what is the motion right now?
Did the chair accept the friendly amendment?
I think I want to divide it, just to strengthen it.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there a second for Member Wolf's motion? To find a violation of 67.1A and 67.1D.
I'll just go with 67.1D. I think that's the stronger way to put it.
Is there a second for that motion? Okay, I don't.
Can I second it?
Oh, sure. Vice Chair Hyland?
Second.
Okay. All right. At this time, I'd like to take public comment on the first motion to find a violation of 67.15D.
Actually, could we take public comment on everything related to this item?
All right.
And a procedural point?
Yes.
If I were to, is there going to be an opportunity to offer a competing motion later? Or after the vote on this motion, or should I do that now?
You want to wait and see how this goes?
Well, except that it may.
So tell us what you're thinking.
Well, I would move for no violation, but to have this referred to EOT, because I believe that this is a best practices and policies issue and not an issue of whether the Sunshine Ordinance is being strictly violated. But I think that there may be alternatives and mechanisms that the library may take into consideration that would improve their procedure, even if we don't find that it's a violation of the Sunshine Ordinance.
So I don't know that needs a motion. I think that's the call of the chair, and I've already said that I was thinking along those lines.
Okay, thanks.
I mean, regardless of how these votes turn out. So at this time, public comment on the two motions before us.
I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association. We're not a part of this complaint, and we haven't been involved in this specifically. But I think that this is clearly a willful violation, and that you're being led down the primrose path. The library's arguments with complexities of technology, yet not bothering to bring their IT person, of which they have quite a few, is indicative of what's going on. I'll be very literary and say that these are the arguments the library is using. The dog ate it, and Chicken Little. What they gave the Friends is exactly what Ray Hartz asked for. And when this came up before you previously, there was very sharp questioning as to whether Ray Hartz might be invited in the same way that the Friends are, or whether I would be invited, or whether Mr. James Chafee would be invited. And of course, the obvious answer was no. We have never been invited, despite the fact that we are all particular experts in a whole range of library issues, have published articles in journals and whatnot, been quoted in the newspaper, et cetera, et cetera. They never want to hear from us because we're not in the cheering section. Sue Blackman said once a year the library had put the Friends and Foundation on its agenda monthly. First, following the union report, and then prior to the union report for quite some time. I believe they may have stopped doing that because of Ray Hartz's complaint. This, as the chair recalled, was the high-tech library. This was the library that would be fantastic in every respect, but particularly high-tech. The supposed cost of a partial solution, which is complete nonsense. Ray Hartz only asked for what the Friends get, and they do have a wireless clicker that you can use from the podium, and people do it all the time. $40,000 is 1/25th of 1% of the library's $100 million plus budget. There are 900 plus employees. There are 500 to 600 full-time equivalents. This argument that they're making is nonsense. We certainly support the two motions motions that you're making and ask you to do it as a willful violation. The Ethics Commission was called by the civil grand jury the sleeping watchdog, and I don't think can be relied on. And if you let this go by, you're allowing violations cheaper by the dozen. You should certainly take the same complaint if there's a continuing repetitive violation. And the Library Commission voted to basically slap you in the face on your order of determination and not carry it out. It's a willful violation.
Thank you. Is there additional public comment on the motions? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Young, would you call the roll on the first one, violation of 67.15D?
On the motion to find violation of 67.15D. On that motion, Member Wolf?
Pass.
Member Copra, absent. Member Pilpil?
No.
Pilpil, no. Member Hefner?
No.
Hefner, no. Member David?
Aye.
David, aye. Member Fisher? Member Hinsey?
No.
Hinsey, no. Vice Chair Hyland?
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Member Wolf?
No.
Wolf, no. Member Fisher?
I'll even it out. Aye.
Aye. The motion fails. On the motion to find violation of 67.1D, Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Copra? Copra, absent. Member Pilpil?
No.
Pilpil, no. Member Hefner?
No.
Hefner, no. Member David?
No.
David, no. Member Fisher?
No.
Fisher, no. Member Hinsey?
No.
Hinsey, no. Member Vice Chair Hyland?
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn?
No.
Washburn, no. The motion fails. Are there any additional motions?
Seeing none, I would like this to go to,
I will create a hearing file, and I will send that to the EOTC,
right.
and I will discuss it with you, the subject matter.
Okay. So we are going to continue to work on this issue, try to find a fix.
Through the chair, could we, once we hear this, could we request that a member of the IT department or the head of the IT department is present at that EOTC?
Right, make sure that that gets in the notes for me.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll create a notice hearing, and I will try to include all that information.
Okay.
The matter is concluded as there are no further motions.
All right.
Item number 5, file number 1.
Just a second. I think it would be nice to have a brief recess right now.
I'm actually interested in a break, but I note that item 5 is kind of related to the last item, so I'm wondering if maybe we can just power through 5 and then take a break.
That's true. It is related. We could, we do need a break. At 7 o'clock, we have an item specifically calendared for that time. I want to make sure we do have a break, as some of us need one.
I do want to mention that Mr. Eisenberg is still present, and he does need to leave by 8 o'clock today.
Okay.
I have to leave by 7:30 today.
So we may need to delay the start of the 7 o'clock special order.
Okay, which is kind of ironic, given what it's about. I'm wondering if we could... Member Wolf, make it quick, everybody.
I just have big pause about delaying this meeting that we scheduled at a time.
I fully agree. Okay, why don't we... If you could call the next item on the agenda, it's related to the one we just heard.
Item number 5, file number 14107, complaint filed by Ray Hart against Mayor Edwin Lee, Office of the Mayor, for allegedly violating Administrative Code Sunshine Ordinance Section 67.31 for failure to administer and coordinate the implementations of the provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance to prevent the Library Commission from allegedly restricting the right to make public comment during commission meetings.
All right, first we have to find jurisdiction. Jurisdiction has not been contested. Do I hear a motion to find jurisdiction?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a public comment on the motion to find jurisdiction? Okay, seeing none without objection. At this point, we will hear the merits of the case. Mr. Hartz, you have 5 minutes.
Ray Hartz, Director, San Francisco Open Government, and just as sort of a brief aside, so as long as we blindfold every member of the public, that's equal treatment, and it's okay. Section 6731 says the responsibility for information. The mayor shall administer and coordinate the implementation of the provisions of this chapter for departments under his or her control. The mayor shall administer and coordinate the implementations of the provision of this chapter for departments under the control of boards and commissions appointed by the mayor. I think that's pretty straightforward. The mayor is responsible to see that the people he puts on boards and commissions and the commissions they serve on follow the Sunshine Ordinance. And here we have your orders of determination. All the ones in red are ones that the Library Commission was found in violation, all of which they have refused to comply with. Not one of them. The only one they finally did comply with without, as I mentioned earlier, actually taking the appropriate action was including my 150-word summaries in the minutes. They had a meeting and they voted not to include them. And then, when somebody finally got their senses and said this is constitutionally protected political free speech, the Library Commission, the Police Commission, the Ethics Commission, et cetera, all started to do it, but they never actually had a discussion. The Library Commission wants to silence anyone who does not agree with them, especially those who are critical of their actions. And there is nobody who's going to make them do it, including the mayor. And the reason and a perfect example I will point out is the former president of the Library Commission was found to have violated a citizen's rights. It was referred to ethics. Ethics voted unanimously to have her removed to the mayor, and the mayor wouldn't even answer their letter. They waited a year, sent him another letter, and the mayor didn't even answer that. So basically, it's the mayor says, if they're doing what I want, I'm not going to stop them. Now, the original response to this said, well, the mayor isn't responsible for enforcing the orders of the Sunshine Task Force, and nobody ever said he was. Now they're saying, well, the mayor can't make them do stuff. And if anybody believes that, I have a bridge to sell you. It's the Golden Gate one. Nobody in the mayor's office could pick up a phone and say, you know, this is getting a little embarrassing. We got all these orders of determination against you. And Mr. Hartz is legitimately able to go in front of city bodies like the Board of Supervisors and point it out and talk about how you infringe on public comment, you censor public comment, you abridge public comment. And I would think as the mayor, it would be rather embarrassing, unless you have some other iron in the fire that is more important. Between the year 2000 and today, the Friends of the San Francisco Public Library have had more than $70 million pass through their hands that was raised in the name of the public library, and yet the city library nor the City Library Commission can tell you where 95% of that money went. They cannot tell you what specifically was given to the library. They can't tell you anything. And when you go in there and you say that to them, they get all offended. In the earlier case, it was asked, do the Friends show up? Well, they did so literally for years on a regular basis. Now, the only time they show up, in fact, for the last 18 months, they haven't been in. And they show up in public comment, and they make comments about things which they would have done before in the report. So what are they hiding? The bottom line is the mayor's responsible for enforcing this. Your orders are going there, and not enforcing this, for making sure they follow the law. You've ruled on a number of occasions they're not following the law, and the mayor has taken absolutely no action whatsoever. As far as I know, he hasn't even had an aide pick up the phone. So, is he responsible for enforcing the ordinance? Yes, he is. Is he responsible if those working under him for whom he is responsible don't follow it? Yes, he is. And clearly, 5 times right here, they didn't follow the ordinance. You ruled that, and he ignored it.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to offer facts and evidence in support of the complainant? Seeing none, the respondent from the mayor's office, you have 5 minutes.
Good evening, members. Nicole Wheaton from the mayor's office, here to respond on behalf of the mayor to Mr. Hart's allegations issued in complaint number 14107. I want to speak to both arguments that Mr. Hart's made in his complaint. First, I'll speak to the part where he complained that the mayor's, and alleges that it's the mayor's responsibility to ensure that boards and commissions to which he appoints properly implement the provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance. He's referring to Section 67.31 of the Admin Code, which provides that the mayor shall implement the Sunshine Ordinance for the departments within his control. That is absolutely true. The mayor takes that responsibility quite seriously, and he mandates all relevant appointees attend and watch the Sunshine trainings and meet the standards that are required of that ordinance. Mr. Hartz has claimed that the mayor's office has violated certain provisions of the administrative code. Our city attorney, who is our counsel, has opined multiple times, including in the most recent letter to the Library Commission dated March 30th, 2015, that Section 67.15 of the Administrative Code, the provision of the Sunshine Ordinance that addresses public comment, includes no requirement that the Library Commission make audio-visual technology available during public comment. Therefore, because this is not required and is not a requirement that the Commission make this technology available, the Mayor's Office is not required to mandate the use of audio-visual technology. Second, I want to speak to the claim that Mr. Hartz makes when he states that the Library Commission and the librarian engage in this behavior with the tacit approval or direction of the Mayor. Commissions and boards in the city and county of San Francisco are made up of citizens who the mayor believes represent the diversity and best interests of the city. There are hundreds of appointees. At any given time, there are approximately 100 bodies to which the mayor appoints. As mentioned earlier, the mayor is committed to administer the implementation of the provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance. However, with hundreds of appointees, and in the spirit of the creation of those bodies, the mayor does not make it a practice to micromanage his appointees beyond that point. Moreover, this claim implies that the mayor should require the commission, in this instance the Library Commission, to reverse a policy decision, and that is not within his authority to do. Mr. Hartz claims that the Commission has engaged in an ongoing program to censor, abridge, restrict, or mischaracterize his public comment at Commission meetings by not allowing him to use audio-visual technology. In August 2013, as you all know, the Commission discussed what resources would be required to allow for the public to access audio-visual equipment during public comment, and it was clear that significant resources could be necessary to make that access a reality. In light of that, the Commission voted unanimously to keep public comment in its current format. This was a policy decision of the Library Commission. The mayor respects the authority vested to these citizen bodies by the charter of the city and county of San Francisco, and he recognizes that he does not have the authority to reverse that policy decision. The mayor did not execute a power that the mayor does not have. And the mayor's failure to direct the commission to reverse a policy is also not a violation. Therefore, we are of the opinion that this complaint is without merit, and we request its dismissal. Thank you again for your consideration. And having worked with hundreds of appointees, I want to thank you for your service to the city and county. I'm happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you. The matter is now with the task force for questions of both parties.
Speakers on behalf.
I'm sorry. Or is there anyone here to speak on behalf of the mayor's office, the respondent in this matter? Seeing none, that matters with the task force. Member Wolf?
I'm curious whether there's any historical precedence for finding a violation of the mayor for the members of their commission violating the Sunshine Ordinance. I don't think we have an ordinance to cite even in this particular case because of what just happened, but I'm curious whether this has ever been done before.
Member Pilpel?
On that question, I don't remember, and if we had our little table of all of our decisions, we'd have a way to find out. And I usually remember all this history, and for some reason, I'm not remembering for these first three sentences of 67.31 what the purpose was. I'm interested from both the complainant and respondent what their view is of the language, particularly in the first three sentences of 67.31. I'm trying to not read it out of the ordinance because I don't think we can do that, but I'm trying to figure out how to give it effect and what was sort of intended. And I'm drawing a blank as to what was going on in 93 when we first passed this.
I want to say that I've been on the task force a long time, and I can't recall us having a similar matter before us and making a determination on it.
So could I ask both the complainant and respondent to address that question?
Could you repeat the question? Because
Yes.
You were saying, what do I believe that...
What do you believe is the purpose of the first three sentences of 67.31 about administering and coordinating the implementation of the provisions of this chapter?
I think it is a common sense understanding that if you're a person in charge of other people, you're responsible for ensuring that they do what they do in accordance with the law. And this is very simple. It says he is responsible for seeing that boards and commissions adhere to the Sunshine Ordinance. And you've ruled 5 times against the Library Commission or the library that they're not, and they have a pattern of doing that. And the basic thing is, the mayor, well, let's look at Jewel Gomez. It went to the Ethics Commission. The Ethics Commission voted unanimously that she be removed for her conduct. And the mayor wouldn't even answer the Ethics Commission and say, well, I've decided not to. He just ignored it.
Okay, but she's no longer on the commission. If all of the commissioners turn over, does the violation still attach to the commission, and do they ever get
No, the violation attaches to the mayor because the mayor appoints every one of them. And if any one of them does something egregious, are you saying that he's not responsible for doing anything about what they do?
Okay, I think you've answered my question. Thank you. Can I hear from Ms. Wheaton? Hello, welcome.
Hi. If you don't mind reading those 3 sentences, that would be fantastic.
The mayor shall administer and coordinate the implementation of the provisions of this chapter for departments under his or her control. The mayor shall administer and coordinate the implementation of the provisions of this chapter for departments under the control of boards and commissions appointed by the mayor. Elected officers shall administer and coordinate the implementation of the provisions of this chapter for departments under their respective control.
Sure. So, as I said in the beginning of my statement, the mayor does expect his departments, commissioners, staff to uphold the provisions of the Sunshine Ordinance for his commissioners, as by law mandates that they take the Sunshine Ordinance training on an annual basis.
But do you feel that it imposes any other specific or general burden on the mayor or any of these other actors?
Outside of the mandates of the Sunshine Ordinance, no.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay.
Member David.
Okay, Chair Washburn, with all due respect, I feel like we're moving pretty far away from the actual complaint that is before us. The complaint before us seems to be all about access to audio, visual equipment, as was the previous complaint. And now it seems to be moving on into higher level questions of whether the mayor is responsible for the people that he appoints, where...
With due respect, though...
Excuse me, please.
Yes.
Can you please let me finish? I see the questions that are being... Mr. Cola, excuse me, did the commission refusal to allow complainant access to audio-visual equipment during public comment at commission meetings constitute an abridgment of public criticism in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance? If so, did respondent to fail to administratively implement provision of the Sunshine Ordinance? So I'm having a hard time finding where this is getting to the greater question outside of the it seems to me the complaint goes as following. The Library Commission does not give equal access to public comment. The mayor appoints the head of the Library Commission. Therefore, the mayor is in violation of the Sunshine Ordinance.
That's my understanding of the complaint.
Okay, so if that is, it seems like we just had a ruling not 15 minutes ago. We just voted on that exact issue. And I'm not sure why how much more we need to explore that issue.
Member Wolf and then Member Hapner.
I think that this potential approach to finding a violation is interesting and that it's worth recognizing it. But I do agree with Member David that because this body has failed to find that as a violation, our hands are kind of tied in finding this a violation without sort of a logical quagmire of sorts.
All right, Member Hepner.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree that this is it's a very interesting question whether 67.31 gives the mayor's office enforcement power over Sunshine Ordinance determinations. I think it's a very, very interesting question and one that I haven't considered in my time, albeit brief time, but this might not be the best test case for it.
That's my thinking too, that I appreciate Member Pilpel pointing out 67, those first three sentences, and starting this dialogue about what are we asking the mayor to do here exactly. It's not very specific. And it could be another case where we found a violation and asked that it be remedied and nothing happened. Then we could go to the mayor and say, hey, I think the case that was brought up, the Jewel Gomez case, is a perfect example of that, where it all fell apart with the mayor's office. And Member Pilpel, if you'll be brief so we can
I don't want to draw this out. I don't see that there's a violation, but the allegation was against the mayor's office as an ongoing matter and alleged a violation of 67.31. So I just wanted to test that with both parties and see where they think the burden falls. I'm satisfied that there's not a violation here, and I'm happy to move on. Thank you.
All right, at this time, for the mayor's office, representative for the mayor's office, I'm sorry, Ms. Whedon, you have 3 minutes to offer a rebuttal.
I have nothing more to say.
All right, and the complainant, Mr. Hartz, you have 3 minutes.
With all due respect to the task force, you didn't even read my complaint. On the second page, it says, the Library Commission and the city librarian have engaged in an ongoing program to censor, abridge, restrict, or mischaracterize my public comments at commission meetings. They have abridged my constitutional rights under the United States Constitution and the Constitution of the State of California. They have violated my rights under the Brown Act and the California Public Records Act, and as they have established by 5 orders of determination, which I showed you, have knowingly and willfully ignored their responsibilities under the Sunshine Ordinance. And all of a sudden, this is all limited to that last case, and because the last case was decided one way, the mayor's not responsible. This is a pattern of behavior. This is a pattern that doesn't matter if you find violations of the Library Commission over and over and over again, the mayor's not going to do a thing. They can come in and they can use the words, oh, yes, we want everything to run according to the law and we want it to be open and public. But I have 19 orders of determination against various representatives of this city government, including the city attorney, the controller, a member of the Board of Supervisors. I mean, how many of you have seen my list of 19? There is a pattern in this city of city officials, when they don't want something discovered or seen or shown, of simply refusing to follow the law. The Library Commission, in my particular case, is the most egregious of these. And I'll tell you right now, with my 150-word summaries, I have literally hundreds of examples where you can go in and you can read what Ms. Blackman wrote I said and what I actually said, and you'll see some real differences between what I said and what she said I said. And there were also cases where they refused to put them in and then wrote down things that were untrue. And the mayor, as far as the mayor having hundreds of boards and commissions, do you really honestly think that nobody in the Library Commission and anybody from the mayor's office have ever had a discussion of all these sunshine complaints? He just sits up there dumb, fat, and happy and just goes, oh, sunshine. Or maybe he does. Maybe he just sits there and says, oh, sunshine, who gives a shit? This is not about the last case. This is about the fact that at a pattern of behavior, they refused to allow me to do it. I had 4 more complaints from the last Library Commission. I was stopped in the middle of a comment and told I wasn't allowed to talk about that because they didn't specifically put it on the agenda, although what I was talking about was the fact that certain things should be on the agenda. They're out of control.
Thank you. The matter is back with the task force. Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, and looking at this in terms of a continued situation with the Library Commission and the mayor's failure to action, I am prepared to make a motion of violation. It was right in front of me a second ago, 67.31.
Do I hear a second for this motion? Member Hebner?
Well, I just have a question. I mean, because I'm sympathetic to the the substantive issue here, but I just don't. I mean, do we have enough information right now to know? I mean, it requires an inquiry into the subject matter of each order of determination and whether it's being complied with or not. And I don't know that well enough to then put the buck with the mayor's office as to whether he's charged with enforcing compliance with our orders of determination. I just don't think we've heard enough. Maybe it's out there. It seems a bit of a gargantuan task, and I don't think we heard testimony on either side of whether to really flesh out that part of this. I mean, does anybody know definitively, aside from the testimony offered by Mr. Hartz, that the 5 orders of determination in question are not being complied with?
I think some are, but I don't think it matters for purpose of this analysis.
I think for purposes of the broader issues, which I think Member Wolf is concerned with, it does matter.
So, what do you propose?
I just don't know how to second the motion without an inquiry, a much deeper inquiry into whether each order of determination is being complied with or not.
So,
and without reaching that threshold issue, I don't see how we hold the mayor's office responsible for failure to enforce, because we don't know if he's not enforcing, let alone whether he has an obligation to. But
So, is this a matter we could continue?
If we want to go down that route, I'd be open to it.
I have to say that I was, I primarily focused on the memo from DCA COLA and was thinking about this in very narrow terms. So if Member Wolf is suggesting, that as Mr. Hartz has shown, he does have a long list of complaints and orders of determination. So
I took Member Hepner's words to heart, and I think that there is a lack of information to actually vote on that motion. Like, I felt comfortable making it more than I did voting on it for that reason of the actual status of these order of determination is not in the file, is not been testified about in terms of follow-up after these orders of determination. So I would much prefer to continue this to a future meeting when that information has been retrieved to be available to us, because I do think there is a legitimate argument here if it backs up, and I think this is a legitimate theory to focus on the mayor's office this way, but I agree with Member Hepner that we just don't have the supporting documentation to make that case.
So do I hear?
I believe that if you wish to continue inquiry into this matter, a separate complaint should probably be filed, not focusing on a specific complaint or order of determination, but just generally implementation of 67.31 and the mayor's obligation to enforce instead of a specific complaint. And then we can bring in specific complaints as samples.
All right, that sounds like a plan. So,
Madam Chair?
Is there, Member Pilpel?
Due respect, but that's how I read the complaint, is alleging a pattern and practice based on past history. And whether or not the task force finds that the complainant has met their burden, I think is up to us. And I would also suggest that if there isn't even a second for Member Wolf's motion, that we shouldn't be in the business of continuing the matter.
Okay, we could, I think Mr. Young suggested that we don't continue the matter. We file this case, and then the complainant can file a new complaint.
I'm sorry, Member Pilpel, did you say that we shouldn't continue it, or should? I didn't hear that.
Should not if there isn't a second to your motion. If there's a second to your motion that at least someone else believes that there could be a violation of 67.31, but there isn't enough information before us, that might warrant continuing it. If there's no second and no one else feels that there's even a potential for a violation here, then I think we should just end this. That's just my view.
Okay, do I have a second for Member Wolf's motion? Okay, seeing none, this matter is concluded, but we need to take public comment before we move on.
Peter Warfield, Library Users Association. First of all, there was a variety of complaints that were given as examples by Mr. Hartz, and not just Library Commission violations. Certainly one of them was the 150-word summaries, which the library resisted for a very long time, a matter of years, and many, many complaints to this body before finally, after repeated complaints from Mr. Hartz, the library finally included his comments within the minutes. There was also a clear order of determination that your body voted on, and which the Library Commission flagrantly violated by saying we're not going to do it. Since some of the issues seem to be revisited, I'm sorry that I didn't read the exact wording of 67.15 about public testimony. You had a discussion, and I think Member Hepner talked about prohibiting public criticism. Let's read 67.15 just so we're clear. A policy body shall not abridge or prohibit public criticism of the policy, procedures, programs, or services of the city, and so on and so forth, on any basis other than reasonable time constraints. So I think that the ordinance is clear that there's a difference between abridging and absolute prevention. Some of the arguments that you've been using, well, gee, they don't have to give you a microphone while they might give other people a microphone. That's the kind of arguments you were making. Well, they can give it to other people, but there's nothing requiring that you give it equally to anybody else. It seems clear that they gave an opportunity to the friends that they did not give to the general public, and the friends are not part of the library. With respect to the mayor, you've heard what his representative, Ms. Wheaton, said, and that is she spoke specifically of no requirement for audiovisual, and the mayor doesn't want to micromanage. Well, I've been going to library commissions for quite a while, meetings. Mayor Lee sent 1 year ago, approximately, in early 2014, a letter to the Library Commission saying The behavior rules that you've got in this library are okay, but you really ought to tighten up the punishments. That was a very specific letter, and the Library Commission responded with tightening the rules. Gavin Newsom sent a letter to all the commissions regarding attendance prior to that, and Mayor, I believe, Jordan fired the entire Library Commission with one or two exceptions quite some time ago. The mayor can have an influence on the Library Commission and the city librarian, all of whom he solely appoints and can get rid of, basically, if he wants.
Thank you. All right. Having no motion, this matter is concluded. And Mr. Hartz is, of course, free to submit another complaint. At this time, I'd like to call a recess. I know that we have someone scheduled for 7, but we've been sitting here for 3 hours, and I need a break. Let's recess for 10 minutes.
Should we tell Mr. Eisenberg that we need to reschedule his complaint if he needs to be gone at 7:30 and we're still planning on hearing the other thing?
Yeah, I don't see how we can hear you tonight, sir.
I brought some material to give out to the members of the board.
We have to accept that?
Yes.
And if we can set a rescheduled date for Mr. Eisenberg?
I'm sorry?
If you mind stepping up to the phone, I'd like to set up
Why don't you also tell the person,
stepping up to the microphone?
Victor, tell the respondent also.
Mr. Curto, would you mind stepping forward also? Since we are going to continue this item, I'd like to set a new date. Are
we still on the record?
Yes, we are still on the record. This is concerning file number 15011, complaint filed by David Eisenberg against Trent Rohrer and the Human Services Agency. As we are constrained by time and Mr. Eisenberg is not able to stay at the hearing, we would like to consider continuing this matter to a future date. I was wondering, we could schedule this on the May 6th SOTF meeting, or if both parties are willing, we could schedule it for the complaint committee on April I believe, either the 21st. It would be at the discretion of the parties.
Could we just continue this 1 month to the May 6th meeting? Does anyone have a problem with that?
I don't know I can't remember what the agenda looks like for May 6th.
Perhaps we should ask the complainant what he would.
Yes, ask the complainant what he would like to do.
Mr. Eisenberg, would you prefer to be heard by the task force on May 6th?
If you could reschedule it to May 6th, that would work fine for me. I'm going to be out of the country on April 21st.
Okay.
I travel a great deal in my business. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Is that acceptable to Mr. Curto?
As long as I can express my displeasure at having wasted 3 hours of our time here when we made an extraordinary effort to get down here. I think this is a very simple matter, and should Mr. Eisenberg indulge us, we can probably dispense of this complaint in about 10 minutes' time.
Through the chair?
That's true, too.
Member Wolf?
I'd just like to point out that although we're talking about scheduling something next month, if you two are able to informally work it out so that both parties are satisfied, we don't need to deal with this next month.
We've given 2 written responses. Our position is very clear. There have been no passive committees formed, therefore there's no violation. This complaint is without merit. And we put that in writing in 2 separate occasions to this body.
Well, we would need to hear from both sides in a formal hearing to determine that. Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'd like to recess for 10 minutes.
Are you going to hear the other complaints tonight?
Yes, we are. We are taking a 10-minute break.
So it's going to be like 8 o'clock?
Thank you.
Okay, no, there's 6 of us. The regular meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is called back into session at 7:14 with exactly a quorum right now. Member Hepner, before the recess, said to me, I think rightfully, that we failed to make a motion to continue that item number
That's
number
item
7.
Number 7, file number 15011.
So at this time, do I hear a motion to continue?
Motion to continue, and do we have a date certain?
We believe we picked May 6th, the next
Is that-
meeting of the task
Is
force.
that for sure? Do you want to call
That
it the
is
chair?
correct. Mr. Eisenberg agreed to that date.
Okay. Do I
Okay,
have a-
so it's a continuance to the May 6th meeting.
do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any public comment on the continuance? Seeing none without objection.
That motion is passed without objection. Member Wolf is absent. Member Hepner is absent. And Member Copra is absent. That motion, that item is continued to May 6.
All right.
I do not see anyone present for the 7 o'clock special order. May I move on to the
If you would,
recommendation
yes.
of the complaint committee? The following are recommendations from the complaint committee. Item number 8, file number 14112, complaint filed by Mark Major against the Board of Supervisors for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.15. At the request of the complaint committee, I did review the audio of that meeting, and I found that Mr. Major was provided his 2 minutes, and no other public speakers was allowed to speak beyond the 2-minute time limit. I have a detailed report in the order of determination where I listed the time for each speaker during public comment.
Chair Washburn, do you want me to summarize
Yes.
this?
If you would.
Yes,
I know you're prepared.
I'd be happy to. So this was kind of an interesting case. Member Hinsey was there. Member Rummel's not with us today. But the complainant, who is also not here, got up and said the original complaint was very specific, that he didn't get the full 2 minutes. And then we watched the video, and he did get the full 2 minutes. And then, even though in black and white the complaint was the 2 minutes, he kind of stretched it a little bit, and with our cooperation, we said, okay, stretched it to, well, other people got more time than we did. And we kind of said, well, that's not what your original complaint is, but, we like to kind of give the public a little more of a chance. Okay, let's see what really happened. And that's when, and in retrospect, maybe this wasn't the best idea, it fell to Victor to review everybody, and sure enough, it came up that everybody had pretty much the same amount of time, 2 minutes. And it's a physical action for the commission secretary or whatever to hit the button, and therefore there was no violation. I think we were 3-0 on that one. So we said no violation, and that's our recommendation to the task force, unless Member Hinsey wants to add anything.
No, I think you got it. And thank you to Victor for doing that.
Yeah, sorry about that, dude.
Yeah.
Although, wasn't there a note that maybe that wasn't the way to proceed with this, to have our administrator?
Yeah, I believe the administrator made that comment, that we should not be doing this anymore. So, that's kind of lesson learned. There we go.
All right.
It was a learning moment.
All right, so do we have a motion to...
Well, discussion.
170s.
We have to decide whether we want to accept their recommendation.
Do you like us or not?
I've had some discussion, but
We can, okay, you want to have discussion first, okay. Member Pilpel.
So just one quick question. This review that Victor did, was that during the meeting? It wasn't clear.
Yeah, it was after the meeting, because again, the original, it was
Okay.
kind of an add-on.
That's fine. That's fine.
The original complaint was no violation, then we kind of did this extra thing, and it was still...
I got it. So as to whether the 2 minutes were applied uniformly or relatively uniformly, I hear the recommendation is to not find a violation. I did hear from Mr. Warfield earlier, and I actually tend to agree with this comment, that there was no inquiry as to why the board limited public comment to less than 3 minutes, and did they articulate, I'm adding to what he said, did they articulate or have an articulable reason
That was
for
not
limiting that?
part of the complaint, and that never came up, and yeah, you're just kind of throwing a red herring in here.
Member Wolf and then Member David.
Repeat the red herring thing. I'd like to make a motion to accept the complaint committee's recommendation on this case.
Second.
Okay.
Is there any public comment on that motion? There is no public comment.
Member David has, you know, okay.
If we're going to have a discussion about this,
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
The motion to adopt the complaint committee's recommendation and find that no violation has occurred for file number 14112 on that motion. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Copra? Copra absent. Member Pilpil?
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Hefner?
Aye.
Hefner, aye. Member David?
Aye.
David, aye. Member Fisher?
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland?
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn?
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes.
Chair Washburn.
Member David?
I believe that there is a member of the public present for the 7 o'clock special order now.
Could we finish these and then come back?
I believe we can finish the complaint committee items relatively
Let's do
quickly.
that. Okay.
Item number 9,
Just letting her know.
15009, complaint filed by William Clark against the San Francisco Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.5 by removing items from the agenda without prior notice or discussion and conducting a seriatim meeting related to the January 14, 2015 Street Artists Program Committee meeting agenda. The complaint committee determined that the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force has jurisdiction and recommends that the task force conclude the matter as no violation of the Sunshine Ordinance has occurred.
Discussion?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so on this one, I have fewer notes on this. I mean, we dug and dug and dug, and we heard from, when you get the Clarks, you get, double your fun. It's double mint gum. So they get to comment on each other's, and they're going back and forth. But we just felt that Ms. Patterson-Murphy's, comments and argument was much more persuasive. We did not see a violation of the agenda issue. We were told and we believe that there was no seriatim meeting issues, and we voted 2-1 that that there was no violation. Mr. Administrator, perhaps you have something to add to that, because that's all I have.
I believe that there was a comment stating that the chair of the committee did use ambiguous language that could have been confusing to the public.
Yes, that was admitted. Thank you for adding that.
So Member Rummelt was the dissenting vote on this. He was the one who pointed out the ambiguous language, which the Arts Commission said, it might have been confusing. Okay.
And yet, in the next case, which we will get to, which is the same issues, Member Rummel voted with us, with the majority.
Okay.
So.
Any Member Pilpil?
So, that was one of my questions. The items 9 and 10 are actually about the same
meeting.
Okay.
Different complainants.
Got it.
A slightly different
That's fine.
view and skew.
Having reviewed what we had, I think I am not going to concur with the recommendation. I don't find that there was likely a seriatim meeting, but I do think that unless there's an item that's withdrawn, that's a case file, once you've got a final agenda, you hear every item on that agenda, and if you decide, we're not going to act on that, you have to take public comment before acting. And so I think the failure to take public comment was likely a violation, however the language and whatever else they did. And I think it is properly against the Arts Commission or the Street Artist Program Committee, not properly against Howard Lazar in the next instance. So that's...
So, Member, I'm going to stop you right there.
Sure.
This go on forever. So you weren't there, so I guess I'm not being very good about discussing this. The agenda items were combined or conflated, and public comment was taken on that, and the apology, for lack of a better word, was made that, we were a little vague and ambiguous about it, but in this very room, when we heard the argument, we were like, okay, I mean, everything that you're saying, I asked. And then it was explained to us that this was put together, this wasn't taken out. I mean, am I close on that one?
Yeah.
So was there an agenda item where action was taken and public comment was not taken prior to that action?
I believe not.
I think the two agenda items were combined, and then they were both. it was taken as one for public comment. So.
I mean, Kate is here. I mean, do we want to hear, Ms. Patterson?
I don't think we have the option to hear the case tonight. I think we can either accept the recommendation or we can reject the recommendation and schedule it for a future hearing. So that's why my inclination is to reject and hear it.
If you want to go that way, I
It's
pretty
nothing
much.
personal.
No,
You understand?
hey,
Okay.
no. If we're personal, you know.
And I appreciate Member Hinsey very much.
I mean, make a motion and we'll vote and see how the
Fine.
chips fall.
Okay.
Chair, Member Wolf.
Member Wolf, I'm sorry.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the complaint committee's recommendation for file number 15009.
Second.
Is there public comment on the matter?
Members of the task force, I was the only one who was actually at the meeting. The Clarks were not there. Kate Patterson Murphy was not there. I also listened to the audio twice today from the clerk's office, which is the same server as the Arts Commission. And what your findings are not near true. First off, these items were not taken together. What was clearly stated from Commissioner Sklar in the beginning, she said, I'm going to withdraw item 1 from the agenda because it's redundant. We have the director's report, which would be redundant to the next 2 items on the agenda. She did not take public comment. There was no call for public comment. I listened very carefully prior to filing my complaint on that issue. I listened to the audio before I filed it. Additionally, I spoke with Commissioner Sklar prior to the visual arts meeting on March 18th. I actually waited for her in front of the building, and we walked in the lobby and down the stairs together, and I asked her specifically, did you take those 2 items together? And she said, I really don't know. Did you have a phone call the day before? Yes, I did. Who was the phone call with? She could not remember. So I'm not here offering sides on the Clark's complaint. They are not here. This is their complaint, not mine. But I'm just offering facts and evidence into what is on the audio and what was said to me by Commissioner Sklar.
Thank you. Members, anything further?
Can I ask a clarifying question? So, the ma'am, can you come back? How would you like to be referred to? I'm sorry.
I would prefer Datish because that's what these people know me as.
Fine.
I don't
I was just trying to be respectful.
Yeah, thank you.
I just want to make sure. I just want to have a clarifying question about your public comment. When you were saying that the Clark brothers were you saying they weren't at the hearing that Ms. Fisher was at? Or are you saying that they were not at the
original meeting?
The original street art.
They were not there.
The street artist meeting.
The street artist meeting, I was the only one in attendance. The
Thank you.
Clarks and Ms. Patterson were not there. The Clarks were there at the Rules Committee.
Thank you. That was the clarification I wanted to make.
Right. At this time, Mr. Young, would you call the roll on this matter?
On the motion to accept the recommendation of the complaint committee, Member Wolf.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Pilpil.
No.
Pilpil, no. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member David.
Aye.
David, aye. Member Fisher.
Aye.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. Next on that matter, that motion passes, and the complaint committee's recommendation to conclude the matter has been accepted. Item number 10, file number 15014, complaint filed by Paula Detesh against Howard Lazar and the San Francisco Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 67.15B and E for failure to announce agenda changes and accept public comment prior to taking action.
I don't believe she's entitled to speak because it's her. It's not
Is
public
there a motion?
comment.
I believe the
same
summary would
process.
be
Sorry, I'd like for you to...
It's going to be really short. It's
Okay.
like one sentence. This was the same meeting the same complaint brought by a different person. And we went through this to see if there was any kind of little nuance or something that we missed, and we just didn't see anything. We thought that the respondent was more persuasive, and we voted 3-0 to find no violation.
Member Wolf?
It seems procedurally like the complainant should have an opportunity to speak at this juncture, though not also in public comment.
Okay.
We've been allowing them to speak during public comment.
Okay. But I think it's important for us to hear from the complaint committee first.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. So is there a motion?
Well,
and then we can take public comment on the motion.
Okay. What about questions from us prior to making a motion?
Oh, okay. All right.
This doesn't seem. This is about taking public comment. This is less. The last one was about an alleged seriatim meeting. This one's about. The last one was about both, right?
Yeah,
and so
both.
this one is not alleging a seriatim meeting. This is just alleging this was just alleging a failure to take public comment on the change to the agenda.
This one was the failure to announce the agenda changes and to accept public comment. Yeah, there was nothing in here about the seriatim meeting.
Okay. If that's the case, I'm assuming that you found that. Well, I'm curious. Was the finding that public comment was not warranted, or was is that what the finding was? And therefore, it didn't matter that no public comment was taken?
The agenda items were combined, and then public comment was taken on that combined agenda item. We didn't see any violation that there was no public comment.
Oh, okay. So my question then is: was the finding that no public comment was required for the agenda change?
All right. I'm referring to the administrator here. I mean, we're really in the weeds here.
I believe the only issue was public comment on the specific item, and from my understanding, public comment was taken on the item as a combination of two different items.
Right.
Okay.
Because it was a duplicate matter on the agenda, at least the argument that we got from Ms. Patterson-Murphy was a duplicate item. It seemed to be pretty straightforward.
Okay.
And the actual director's report wasn't separately. It was combined with a similar item. And, that's... again, there was that little bit of it was a little misleading, but that there was no violation, and that's what we found. You guys may find differently, but
so I'm just.
It was 3-0.
I think maybe I'm not asking a clear enough question. So what it appears is being alleged here is that public comment should have been taken prior to making a change to the agenda.
No.
No.
That's not what's being alleged.
No.
May I?
Director's report item number 2 was removed without public comment prior to action to remove item. That seems to be precisely what is whether public comment was taken on the motion to change the agenda or the lack of a motion to change the agenda.
And
Okay, Member Pilpel.
And again, I'm not opining right this moment on whether public comment was required on changes to the agenda, but just that public comment was required on the director's report, and it's not clear from the information that's before us that that happened. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I think, and regardless of what we did on the past item, I think that if we reject the recommendation here, we could have a hearing and hear from both sides. It seems like there are facts in dispute. When facts are in dispute, I think we should tend to hold a real hearing here. Where facts are agreed, like perhaps in the next case.
Well,
but that's my view.
Next case, because
But that's my view. That's all. I'm just a guy at a meeting.
Member David.
So it's my understanding, and this is getting back to the way that the complaint committee works, that either side, if they're not happy with the recommendation, can ask for a hearing in front of the whole task force. Is that not correct?
It is still at the task force's discretion whether or not to grant that request.
Gotcha, but has that been requested in this situation?
I believe that...
That's a good question. So
that's what I'm arguing for now in arguing against the recommendation.
Well, I understand that you're arguing for it, but you're not either. You're not the respondent nor the complainant. So perhaps we should ask that question.
Okay, so we have the exact same matter. Okay, the case right before it, we voted, with the exception of Member Pilpel, to accept the recommendation from the complaint committee. So we have the same facts.
No.
The same facts here before us, according to the complaint committee. So do I have a motion?
Yeah, we didn't see any clear-cut, violations. We went through the whole 67 dash whatever.
Member Wolf.
Didn't you already make a motion? I thought you did.
No,
This one, yeah.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the recommendation of the complaint committee regarding file number 15014. Did I?
Yes, you
Great, yeah.
I second it.
All right, is there any public comment? You're not a member of the public, you're a party.
She is allowed to.
Oh, I'm
allowed
sorry.
to speak
I am
under-
sorry. Okay, please.
Okay.
Ms. Dadish.
Hi. Okay, firstly, the original complaint is on page 218 of your packet, and what I'm alleging is exactly what I wrote. The director's report was removed without public comment. What this boiled down to at the complaint committee was credibility. Nobody bothered to listen to the audio. They just believed Ms. Patterson that these two items were merged together. They were not. Commissioner Sklar clearly says, and it's on the audio, which anyone can listen to, that the director's report is going to be removed from the agenda because it is redundant. There was no public comment taken. And then she went on to item number 2. No one listened to the audio. They believed Ms. Patterson that yada yada. Ms. Patterson has a track record before the task force of lying, making up things, going on and on. I mean, one document request I made last month, what came back was, I was arrested for selling bottle caps. And I'm like, where is this coming from? Does that have anything to do with a document request? So what I'm alleging is 6715, public testimony, B&E, which I included in page 219. I request a hearing in front of the task force because it's there. It's clearly stated in the audio, and it was said to me by Commissioner Sklar when we walked in together to the visual arts meeting in the lobby on March 18th. That's it. There was no public comment taken. These items were not merged together. That is another fabrication of Ms. Patterson.
Member David.
So I just have a question. Hypothetically, if we vote to accept the recommendation of the complaint committee, what is the process for the complainant to ask for the case to go before the whole task force? I don't think I
believe that if you want this to go before the full task force, you should vote no on the motion to accept the recommendation.
Okay, so that's okay. I'm just trying to. I'm trying to understand the procedure since we haven't kind of been down this road.
There's a
before,
motion on the
that's all.
table to accept the recommendation. If that fails, then you can consider a motion to hold a hearing at the next meeting or a future date.
Okay, I want to think out loud for a couple minutes. I just want to. I want to say that when I read through the materials, I read the order of determination. This all seemed very straightforward to me, and Ms. Dadish just said that the commissioner said that the director's report was removed from where it was on the agenda because it was redundant. It was included in another item on the agenda. Is that what?
Yes.
All right. So the public comment was taken on the director's report because it was part of another agenda item.
It was not taken.
Excuse me, Ms.
I'm just wondering if I'll be allowed to speak since Ms.
Certainly.
Dadish. Okay, may I?
Yes,
Okay,
please.
thank you. So, Kay Patterson Murphy, Director of Communications at the San Francisco Arts Commission. What occurred was that the chair severed the director's report because the two items that were to be discussed in the director's report were represented in the subsequent agenda items for which there was public comment. So, had there been a director's report and then the following agenda items would have been redundant had there been a director's report. And so, as we stated in our response, under section 67.15E states that E, to facilitate public input, any agenda items, any agenda changes or continuances shall be announced by the presiding officer of a policy body at the beginning of a meeting or as soon thereafter as the change or continuance becomes known to such presiding officer. At our January 14, 2015 meeting, the chair of the committee clearly announced the removal of the director's report, item 2, at the beginning of the meeting. And I also just want to point out that if you listen to the audio from the committee meeting, you will hear Ms. Datesh opine in public comment on this very same matter during the Clark Brothers presentation, basically refuting her claims in her own complaint. Also, I want to add that I would not weigh whether or not conversations happened in halls because Commissioner Sklar is not here to corroborate that information. And I think that, again, we don't feel like there's a violation. We feel like the chair acted appropriately in the agenda change and making that clear at the very beginning of the meeting.
Member Hepner?
I still see this as an issue, not as to whether public comment was taken on the director's report as a duplicate of another item, but whether public comment was taken on the agenda change. We take public comment on proposed agenda changes. We did today when we moved Avalos' item up to number 4 from 18. We took a public comment on whether that, on that motion to do that. That's what I think is going on here, not whether public comment was allowed on the director's report because it was lumped in with something else. It's as to whether, and maybe that public comment would have revealed, hey, the director's report is not duplicative. We need this separate item. We don't want this dropped. But that public comment was never heard, is what I see to be the issue here. That's what I gather from the record, and I don't see anything in the order from the Complaints Committee that really elaborates on that issue. And I'm wondering if there's any way to push back on that. Otherwise, I'm probably going to vote against accepting.
So, Member Fisher, what was Member Rummel's reasoning on the Clark Brothers case? Was it about this?
That was about the vague wording. He was a little miffed that the wording had been kind of vague, and that it really, I think, probably took us 45 minutes to, walk our way through back and forth till we all finally went, oh, that's what they meant.
So what wording was vague?
Just the way
wording about what?
I have it right here in my report. Member Rummel expressed concern with complainants regarding the seriatim meeting and the ambiguous language used by the chair of the SAPC to describe the action of the SAPC and the action taken without a motion.
Oh, okay. Member Wolf.
His concern was regarding the seriatim portion, not the...
And the seriatim portion had to do with about the agenda change. No, it was something else altogether. I think it was the phone call. Okay, all right. Okay, Member Wolf.
So it seems like part of the idea behind this complaint committee approach is that if it's straightforward and the complaint committee handles it, great. If it gets complicated, then it almost feels like that's an argument that we should just have that calendar that one, because we're starting to really sort of break into we're doing almost a de novo review, which I don't think is the purpose of the complaint committee.
Yes, we should take action on the motion.
All right, so would you call the roll on the motion, please?
On the motion to accept the complaint committee's recommendation to find no violation, Member Wolf?
No.
Wolf, no. Member Pilpil?
No.
Pilpil, no. Member Hepner?
No.
Hepner, no. Member David?
Yes.
David, yeah, aye. Member Fisher.
Yes.
Fisher, aye. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
It doesn't matter. I'll say no. Now I'm confused. So.
The motion fails. I believe that the next motion shall be to schedule this matter for additional hearing before the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Is there any public comment? By all means.
Oh, thank you. I can't pull it up on the screen, but even in the written minutes, it says item number 1. Chair Scalar.
I believe the motion is to continue this to another hearing, so I don't believe we probably should talk about that at the hearing.
Okay, so any time is fine with me. How can I make the audio available? It's quite long.
We will
We'll
deal
work
with
that
that.
out. We'll work that out.
Okay.
Comment?
This
Quickly, Member Patel.
Can I just suggest to Ms. Ditesh or the Arts Commission that somebody submit, if we're going to have a full hearing on this, the agenda and the minutes for the relevant meeting? It would be helpful for us. That's all.
Thank you.
May we pass this motion to continue this matter for a hearing on a future date without objection? We're going to continue this matter and hold a hearing before the full task force on a future date.
Without objection.
That's on file number 15014.
You mean the one that we just did, that we just voted and didn't get a...
Yes.
We still have to continue it.
But the motion...
The motion to accept the committee's recommendation was not accepted, so we will have a full hearing at this full task force.
Oh.
Without objection.
Okay.
Go with the vote. No, I vote against it, so it's not, you have to do the roll call.
Okay. On that motion, Member Wolf.
Yeah, aye.
Wolf, aye. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member David.
Aye.
David, aye. Member Fisher.
No.
Fisher, no. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. That motion passes.
Okay, we're learning how this works.
This is the first one.
Yeah, it is.
I have a question.
Member Wolf.
Isn't it impossible, if we don't accept the complaints committee's recommendation, to not have it be a hearing in front of the full board?
I would think
It
so.
should be
yes.
automated, but we took a vote at this time.
Okay.
So is there going to be a hearing?
Yes, there will be, and we'll work it out with you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next on the agenda, file number 15017, complaint filed by Paula Tesh against Rebecca Crowell and the San Francisco Arts Commission. The complaint committee determined that the task force has jurisdiction and recommends a violation of Administrative Code Section 67.25A for failure to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely manner.
Yeah, this one's kind of our bread and butter. IDR. You put IDR on something, it's immediate disclosure request. You've got 10 days, and this was not done. Now, the explanation that we got from Ms. Patterson Murphy was it went to a junk mail folder. So, hey, we get it. We've all been there, but you still have to respond to these. So, after much discussion, Ms. Patterson Murphy and members of the Art Commission said that they're going to make sure that this doesn't happen again. They've set up, I believe, maybe you can help me out here, I believe they've set up some special incoming, email account that will be monitored. Now, having said that, and I did share this with Ms. Datesh, is, when you have things like sender-preferred networks and various things, I mean, there's blacklisting, and it unfortunately happens a lot with AOL accounts. So it could happen. We've all been there. We've all had, I go through my mail logs about once a month or so, and then I see message queued for sending, which means it never sent. It's very rare, but it does happen. Having said all that, we determined, the three of us, 3-0, that, it's still a violation. So that's why we said, yep, there was a violation of 6725A, but we didn't really recommend doing anything about it because it's already, they've assured us, the Arts Commission has assured us that they're going to correct this problem. So we voted for the violation, and that's what I recommend that we do here.
Member Wolf, and then we should hear from the complainant.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the complaint committee's recommendation for file number 15017.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right.
Discussion.
Discussion, but let's hear from the complainant first.
Victor,
Oh, public comment, right.
Victor, could you put this up on the screen?
Hit the button right next to
No,
you.
not this one, this one.
Hit the button right next to you.
This one, A?
No, a little bit more.
Where, A?
It was on the screen a second ago.
It was on the screen?
There
Okay.
it is. Ah.
Can you see it now?
Yes.
Okay, this was Victor's recommendation many, many months ago to put this generic SFAC records request on their website as a kind of inbox that if somebody wanted information, that's how they should send it, which is, I went the full distance with this one. I sent it, I believe it started out with Rebecca Krill on the 24th and the 27th. I sent over to here. I sent a follow-up on the 28th. I actually sent the same IDR to Rebecca Krill on the 27th and the 24th. I added some follow-up phone calls, which, of course, were not answered. So they came through some convoluted something or other about how this was a unique occurrence and it wasn't ever going to happen again. Wrong, because as you can see on here, this is an IDR of March 27th, sent the same way, SFAC records request at sfgov.org, which was not answered. So this is not a unique occurrence. They're not monitoring that website the way they claim to have. I've also sent the same way an information request to Howard Lazar, which was not answered probably about 3 weeks ago. I waited about 10 days. I sent it to this generic thing. Of course, I didn't get a response. So it's not they're working to fix the problem. It's not that it accidentally fell in a trash thing with a low priority and on and on. It's actually, I get an abundance of emails, like 40 a day from the Arts Commission, some of them inter-office emails, which are astounding, where Howard Lazar claims that I fabricated emails. I mean, it just goes on and on with this nonsense. Bottom line, this was an IDR that was not answered, or it was answered way, way late after I filed the formal complaint and Victor contacted them. And it's not, they're working to fix the problem. It's been rectified because here we are today, April 1st, the problem is not rectified. So it's just another one of those things of, you know, do you want to go the distance? Do you want to have them in here every month? Do you want to monitor their website and see that they post the minutes about 2 seconds before the 10th business day, 5 o'clock? Or you just want to move on with your life? And it's just all verbiage coming out from the other side. On this particular complaint, I've never spoken with Kate Patterson personally, which I find difficult because as a communication officer, you would think she'd pick up the phone as such. I actually made an effort to speak with her. She didn't want to be bothered.
All right, thank you. Member Pilpel.
So I don't want to go into this at length, but Ms. Ditash, Tribu, whatever it is this week, you regularly have typos in the content of your messages. That's up to you. I'm not really going to get into that. I would just caution you that if you address, it seemed to be addressed to the correct address, although the copy to the task force was to the wrong address. I would encourage you to be very careful about how you type these addresses, because if it goes to the wrong address, you risk not getting a timely response. Okay? Yep. That's all. But I agree that there was a violation in this instance. Thank you.
All right, so Mr. Young, could you call the roll on this matter,
On that
please?
motion to accept the recommendation of the complaint committee to find violation of 67.25A.
Aye.
Wolf, aye. Copra absent. Member Pilpel.
Aye.
Pilpel, aye. Member Hefner.
Aye.
Hefner, aye. Member David.
Aye.
David, aye. Member Fisher. Fisher, aye. Member Hensy.
Aye.
Hensy, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes. The recommendation of the complaint committee was to take no further action. Does the chair accept that recommendation?
I do, yes.
Special order, 7 p.m., file number 15013, hearing, improving the hearing process of boards and commissions to ensure that a representative portion of the public is allowed to provide input by setting specific times for discussion and public comment.
At this time is our speaker here? I believe so. If you come, yes. I wanted to first apologize for it.
That's fine. I was late too.
Yes, you were. Okay, you were late, and we.
Yes, you were. You're late. I know, it's terrible. I was like, oh, the irony.
Yes, there are a lot of ironies here tonight. So we've invited you here. Could you introduce yourself, please?
Oh, hi, my name is Sonia. About a year ago, I started corralling people that agreed with me to go to planning commission hearings to speak in favor of specific projects. Because
okay, if I could interrupt you really quickly. So I just wanted to
right, sorry. Oh, okay, yeah.
Sonia, your last name?
Trauss, T as in Tom, R-A-U-S-S.
Okay, so Sonia is here at our request to speak about an issue that came before the complaint committee, AKA compliance and amendments. And we did not find a violation. However, we thought their presentation was compelling. Their ideas are interesting. They are addressing a significant problem at the Planning Commission, but other commissions too, and have some interesting ideas. So we wanted to start a dialogue with her and her. She has a whole group of people behind her.
Yeah, this is
right.
Yeah.
So if you, we in our packet we do have some materials from you, which I reviewed again, and there are lots of graphs and so forth. But if you would take some time now to inform us about your ideas and what you're about.
So yes, first of all, thank you so much for thinking this seemed interesting. So I started bringing people to the Planning Commission hearings because we were desperate. We were like, oh my God, there's not enough housing. We just wanted to go there because we didn't know where to go. We were like, please come. And as time, progressed, we were like able to find out about projects that were facing community opposition, and we wanted to go and be able to be the sort of like representatives for the future residents, right? Because this is a classic like concentrated harm, diffuse benefit situation. But I found that getting people to come to the Planning Commission is very difficult, not just because it's during the day. That's actually really the least of the problems. The problem is that it's really hard to know when to go. Tomorrow, for instance, we're going for 420 units at 150 Van Ness. And at least in that case, now that I'm better at it, I could see that it was item 13, and I was like, that makes me think it's probably like no earlier than 1 p.m. But when I was a total amateur, and for people that have never been there before, there's really no, you're having the members of the public make a guess about when the agenda item is coming up, when the members of the public are the people that really have the least experience with the proceedings at the Planning Commission. So yeah, initially my idea was scheduling each item because that would make it so much easier for all kinds of people to come. If you can more or less know when you have to do something, a lot of people will be able to make time for it. But if you have to make like 2 or 3 hours worth of time, people can't do it. Yeah, or 5, right? So subsequently, I did some investigations, and Jonas did too, actually. We found out that South San Francisco publishes estimated times for their design review committee meetings, and I started to like the idea of estimated times because it's a nice way to have a sort of pilot program. Jonas felt like there was no way they could ever possibly guess. But I think, like with most people don't know what they know. In fact, his guesses are going to be much, much better than my guesses or anybody's guesses who's never been there before. And if you want to make, if they could publish estimated times even, then that would provide an opportunity for them to start to see how frequently they're right. Maybe they're wrong 40% of the time, but they're right 60% of the time, and I think that would really help people out. So what they do at the design review in South San Francisco is they say to everybody, this is your estimated time. You should arrive a half an hour before it in case we're wrong. And if they get, if they finish up and they have 5 or 10 minutes, they'll just kill time for 5 minutes and then start the next one. If the one before it goes over, and the people have to wait. So it's nothing that they're bound to. It's just something to help everyone involved manage the process. So that's my request, I guess, at this point, recommendation.
Okay, some questions, Member Wolf.
So, we had a chance to, I guess this was heard as our complaint committee, and then we brought it back and discussed it a little at our last month's meeting. And I've been spending a lot of time since then thinking of ways. And I see the scheduled times as a good idea. There's obviously some weaknesses to it. But one idea that popped into my head that I'm curious what you think of is that given that, generally speaking, public comment is not an interactive process anyhow, it's very rare that during public comment that an elected will stop you and say, well, what about this? And that does certainly happen. What if people were to be able to come to the meeting at any point in time and record their public comment and then have it played at the appropriate time if they weren't able to stay for that period of time? What do you think of that idea?
It's kind of neat. It's there was an outrageous idea for a robot that could play the public comments, which I thought was much too creepy. But yeah, so I actually do think that it's an interactive process between the commenters. And I know that to be the case because I know that I do not plan what I'm going to say ahead of time. Every single time, and I do this now kind of a lot, I just wait and listen to what other people say. So, sometimes people plan it ahead, but I've found that it's a pretty responsive between commenters thing. The other thing is that really public comment, like any other thing that we do, would be better than nothing, but actual public comment is the gold standard for interaction. And that's why, look, we can all already email, and we do sometimes, and emailing is really good, but it's just not. We were in South San Francisco before the city council, and the mayor said to me afterwards, he was like, yeah, well, it was between option A and option B, and option A was the thing the developer wanted. He's like, I just counted who came and spoke in favor of option A and option B, and it was 2-1 option A. So, that's what I did. And this is not the first time that's the time it's happened to me personally, but I've heard anecdotes like this all the time. It's really the gold standard.
Member Pilpel and then Member Hepner.
Thank you.
Member Hemsey.
Thank you. All right. First of all, you've got this Sarah Silverman kind of look. It's a bit distracting. But
Sorry.
It's fine. It's all right.
I was an owl.
All right. Anyway, on the substance of this thing, what I was thinking the last month when we talked about this is for public meetings that are and I want to give some discretion to the secretary or clerk of the policy body for meetings that are likely to exceed 2 hours and that have multiple items on the agenda. They should set blocks of time. So if it's a 1 o'clock meeting, they would have the meeting start at 1 and then have a 3 o'clock portion. So those items that are set there would not be heard before 3 o'clock. And then a 5 o'clock section, et cetera. So yes, things might be running late, and the 3 o'clock thing might not happen until 3:30, but at least then you have some sense. And again, I would give the secretary, Jonas, or whoever, the ability to guess. Are they going to be right all the time? No. Are they going to have a lot more experience than members of the public? Yeah. And I think as you suggested, the nature of public comment at meetings is different from written comments. It's really about gauging what's happening in the room, where the votes are, what are the issues. You may think that it's about the 420 units, but in fact, for two of the commissioners, it's about the cornice or the color or the whatever, some other thing. So it becomes about different issues. And one of my long-term goals sitting here has been meaningful public comment and informed public involvement, so that you don't just show up and say, I think you need to do blah, 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 but that you've actually had access to the documents, you've reviewed them, you say, okay, I think the staff got it right on these points, but I think on this issue you could do a little different, and here's why. And to the extent that the members of the body are actually listening, that you might influence the decision. And I've often found in public comment at bodies outside of the city, Peninsula, East Bay, Marin in particular, that they do listen, and that there are usually fewer people who show up, that they're not angry or hostile as some of our people are, and that the members of the decision-making body are like, it's great that you came and that you care about this issue in, Mill Valley or South City or Orinda or whatever, and that you want to talk to us about it. We really appreciate that. We may not agree with you, but we appreciate that you're here, and it's like a totally different environment than what we've sort of made, not we, but what public comment has sort of evolved to in this city. And I think some of that is avoidable, changeable, and unfortunate. So,
Chair Washburn, I have a question actually for you.
Yes.
So, and I'm sorry, I'm supposed to leave at 8, but I just thought that the bear Quaker owl in front of us was so impressive. You have an incredible background, and I'm sure economics background really pulls in a lot with this whole economic policy and everything. So great. I'm thrilled. I mean, you're speaking about something that's near and dear to my heart, so I'm thrilled that we have somebody like you doing this. My question to you, my question to you is, and I do have to leave, but what is a meta question? Are we going to make a recommendation on this? Are we just listening? Are we going to write a letter? Are we going to storm the gates?
I think that what I had in mind was I wanted all of you to hear her ideas, and she provided the materials. But I think that I'd like to see this go to EOT, and EOT works with your group and with planning as a place to start. Other commissions have the same challenges. We have the same challenge. Yeah.
We do.
And start developing.
I think it would be the best thing for us if we started cutting each other off. Or, well, you would be the one. Seriously.
You just did to me and Hinsey.
Like I just did. You should be doing that.
That's right. Yeah.
See, I gave you an example.
Okay, so my idea is to have EOT work with planning to develop some best practices, and I think this is the way to go. But I am Member Hepner and then Member Hinsey, and I'm so sorry.
Fine. And I've been a big supporter of this since you came and spoke to us at Compliance and Amendments, and I'm all about finding creative ways to do this. A couple things. I'm wondering how you would assess our performance tonight. So we had you.
She wasn't here.
You weren't here that long, but I'll just let you know that we had you scheduled as a special item to be heard at 7 p.m., that we took one item and pushed it forward in the agenda. We continued one item in part because we had to hear your item at 7 o'clock. And this is not by no means your fault, but I'm just saying these are the challenges that come up. And then we tried to rush through two items on our agenda in what we thought would be 15 minutes. It ended up taking 45. And then we started your item shortly before 8 o'clock instead of at 7. So we jumped through hoops in order to take this in a timely manner and still started an hour late. Is that acceptable? Would that cure the anxiety or the angst of public commenters who show up and don't want to wait around? I mean, is this we tried, and I'm wondering if it's a success.
Yeah. 60%. Oh, sorry.
Well, the 60%. I mean, nothing's going to be perfect.
I'm very curious what Sonia Strauss thinks of our performance.
Well, so first things, David's idea of even just chunking it is great, because then, and that's what's great about the 7 o'clock is that this meeting started at 6, and even for me to know, at 4, right? So, I mean, so what I'm comparing, this almost hour to is not really to 7, it's to 4.
Right.
So it's excellent. It's actually incredibly phenomenal. So much better,
Right.
Because if I didn't know anything about how the agenda worked or anything, I'd show up at 4 like an idiot, And the other thing is that I really do think that this is the kind of thing, I mean, from talking to Patricia in South San Francisco, she just decided she thought it was an obvious thing to do like 15 years ago. And so now they've been doing it for a long time, and she described that the commissioners are used to it. And I know for my own self, I had to give a 6-minute speech. I found it so hard to get past minute 3 because I was so used to having 3-minute chunks. So yeah, she kind of described that everybody just got used to doing things in a certain amount of time, and I wouldn't expect people to be good at that immediately, and I wouldn't expect people to make good guesses immediately either. It would be something that you would think about and figure out better.
Okay, I get that. I have one more quick question, and this is, I just wanted to tease out your contention that public comment is the gold standard. I think that, because personally I think that public participation is the gold standard, and all of us would agree with that. That's what we exist in order to advance public participation, strengthen our democracy, et cetera, et cetera. Is public comment the gold standard under the umbrella of public participation? And what other options exist for public participation that could be improved in lieu of being really excellent at public comment, which has proven to be a challenge over and over and over again?
That was a quick question.
Sorry.
I mean, based on what people tell me, I think it is. Also, maybe because I'm sentimental or, I don't know, nostalgic or something. I also think it is because I think there's great value in seeing other people in person, especially because of the kind of fights that I'm normally seeing. A lot of the fights at the Planning Commission are, I don't want those people moving in. And so it's really important, like when I go there, it's not necessarily so much, it's kind of for the commissioners, I guess. But it's also just to show up and show people, like, there is a person on the other side, there's an idea here. So, like, getting people in the same room, yeah, I don't know, maybe it's cheesy, but, like, I actually do think that that's a great thing. The thing is with this, too, is that I really do want to, like, underscore, this is bipartisan. Like, Plaza 16 last night had a meeting about getting mobilized to come to Planning Commission. And to be honest, when I decided to do this, it was October 2nd. I was there with, somebody in my group named Rafi, and I saw, I don't know if they were specifically Plaza 16 people, but they were like people in that world, and I saw them have to leave before, the comment occurred. And look, Rafi and I were able to take off all afternoon, but they were mad. They were like, we have to go to work. And I was like, I would be mad too if I was you. It's really, I think it could benefit people a lot, like that don't normally get to come out.
Okay, Member Hensey?
So I guess my question was is partially answered by Member Hefner that if we shoot for example, like we did tonight for 7:00, is that acceptable for a member of the public who comes and sits, who has to come after work and who has to come and sit? I think my personal preference would be to see chunks like Member Pilpel has suggested, where you have a 6:00 calendar and 8:00 calendar. But I'm curious, what you think in an ideal scenario, what your ideal sort of structure for public comment would be?
Yeah, I mean, now that I have this chunks idea, I think that is the best. My initial idea was much clunkier, which was really scheduling every single thing, even if that meant scheduling things over like 2 days. But this chunks thing, I think, could be great. I also had a different idea while you were talking, which is waiting around wouldn't be so bad if there were refreshments. And it sounds like a joke, but it's really not. Like, actually, a lot of times I've been like, well, I'm kind of hungry. But, like, here we are in City Hall. Actually, the closest thing to eat's pretty far. I don't know how you could fix that. But I know that, but that's just another thing.
Sometimes we have candy.
Yeah.
Free food always costs people.
Okay, one more comment, and then we need to move on to some other.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, Member Wolf has to run. So.
Well, this is just super quick. I mean, if we fed people to encourage public comment, we'd have lots of people just here to eat who would never comment.
No. Have concessions.
Make it money as opposed to, yes, that's a great idea.
Raise money for our DCA to be with us more.
One problem is we're not supposed to have anything in here except water.
I know.
That's true. Stuff in the hall? No? All right.
So
Okay, one last comment. And then we
I
have to-
support our continued discussion of this at EOT, whether it's chunks or other approaches. I mean, I think if we can not just train people on the letter of the law, but really get to those higher concepts about involving the public and making choices. I mean, at the end of the day, this really is about public policy choices. We view things sometimes in the context of the letter of the law and was there a violation, blah, blah, blah. But all of the city decision-making bodies are making public decisions. And I remember a few years ago, the Controller's Office put together a guide to the city budget, and the title of it was Making Difficult Decisions Together. And I was like, wow. I mean, they thought carefully about each word and what they were doing, and it really was about making those choices and working together, even when people disagreed about a lot of things. So if we can get more of that view into how we hold meetings and how we encourage others to hold meetings, I think that would be better. So more discussion at EOT about this, and thank you.
Thank you so much for coming tonight and bringing these ideas, and we'll see you again soon.
Okay, so I'll just
EOT.
get an email. Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me.
Be in touch with Victor.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
We'll let you know.
Do we need a motion to do that or not?
We just need, yes, may we have a motion to refer this matter to the OTC?
So moved.
Victor.
Okay.
Thanks so much, you guys.
I don't see
Thank
any
you.
more members of the public, so.
Does that pass without
objection?
There are no members of the public in the room. Can we pass that matter without objection?
Yes.
That matter is passed without objection. Please note that member Winston, Wolf, Copra, and Fisher are absent. Next on the agenda, item number 12 and 13. Item number 12, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, consideration of tabling complaints filed by anonymous that have previously been postponed. Item number 13, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force, consideration of postponing complaints filed by anonymous that have not previously been postponed. I have received an email from anonymous stating that under ADA, she wishes that all of her complaints that were backlogged due to the Board of Supervisors shutdown be tabled. I can pass around a copy of this email if you would like to review this before we take action.
All right.
I did, at the request of the chair, I did send a request to Anonymous to request clarification. As tabling is usually not an action done by a complainant, it's usually a withdrawal. However, I have not received a response.
All right, so Victor had contacted me about putting these items on the agenda, and I said I thought it would be a good idea. And in the meantime, I got a lengthy email from the clerk of the board, Ms. Cavillo, with a lot of things to think about, namely the Anonymous's use of the word tabling, her request that these items be tabled, also our practice of tabling, which we do, and what does that mean? And then she opined about, she talked about what the Board of Supervisors does, and she also made reference to Robert's rules about what tabling usually means. And there were a lot of things to think about. I did a little bit of research myself, and tabling is used by the Board of Supervisors, but also in some of the reading I found that it's a sort of a very temporary thing done during the meeting. Let's put this aside because we have this more pressing thing to deal with, and then you take up the tabled item. But it's also used to sort of kill something. You just dispose of it. And that's how we've been using it. But we're not sure what anonymous means. So we're asking her, do you mean for us to, continue? I think she probably means for us to postpone indefinitely until we hear back from her, but we don't know that yet. And we have all these matters, kind of on the books hanging out there. We need to hear back from her, but one thing we could consider doing is tabling them or closing these matters, particularly the ones that we've scheduled before and they've been continued. Anyway, those are just some thoughts. There's a lot to think about. Member David?
So if we're going to consider disposing of them, of the number, can we first deal with item number 12? Okay, so I don't want to just differentiate, because item number 12, if I remember correctly, these are the ones that had been previously postponed at Anonymous's requests. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That is correct. Okay, so so this is now, I'm getting to a procedural question. If we are going to consider disposing of them, do we need to agendaize all of those? Is that an action that we can take tonight? Because what is on the agenda is a consideration of tabling them.
Right. So this got on the agenda because Anonymous said she'd like these items to be tabled.
Actually,
so
I'm sorry.
That was her language, table these. So
I actually thought that, my recollection was that this was our idea, our idea at last month's meeting was to bifurcate all of Anonymous's complaints into two different groups, which Victor did.
Yes, and after I sent that email to her, this email resulted from...
Right, but this idea of creating item 12 and 13 did not originate with Anonymous. That originated with us, correct?
Yes.
Right. So this is on our agenda using the language that she gave us to table these.
Okay.
And then, so what does that really mean? And so we have I was responding to the clerk of the board's email to me, a lengthy email about, hey, what does this mean? And it was the first such lengthy email I've gotten from her, so I was really, kind of curious, but I read through it several times and responded and said, you've given us a lot to think about, but first off, we need to find out what anonymous means. And so Victor, at my request, sent her an email asking her what she meant. We haven't heard back yet. That just happened this afternoon. So,
Discussion.
Member Pilpel.
So I was going to ask at some point about 13073 because I saw that in some of the correspondence, but not in this list. I was having trouble reconciling some of these numbers. I guess where I am on this overall topic, I am with tabling, and by tabling, I mean disposing of. So if the complainant wants to refile, she can refile, but that we would take no further action on the 2012 and then 2013 items, probably not 14051. So I am generally with item 12, but not with 14051. On 13, I am with a short postponement, assuming that we can have some further conversation or clarification from the complainant, and if she says, no, I want these just put out in the suspense file, then I think we would have to take further action, Member David, to make them go away. So I think that in summary, I think the 2012 and 13 things have been kicking around long enough that I'm willing to dispose of them finally now, and the 2014 things and 15 I'm willing to hang on to for the moment, but with the understanding that if she doesn't appear sometime soon, that we would also make those go away. I think that we have a responsibility, and I appreciate that you're taking this seriously, to deal with our backlog and manage it so that so that things aren't getting worse, and in fact that things are getting better, so that we're dealing with things and that they're not aging in the way that they used to. So I really appreciate that.
Well, that's why these are on here. But like I said, I get this lengthy email from the clerk of the board with a lot of things to think about. So Anonymous, in her request that these be tabled, mentioned ADA issues. So I think, okay.
I don't think that applies here, but we could hear from...
ADA is not an issue.
Okay, but she uses that a lot. She does use that a lot. I don't know if that's what the clerk of the board was, but she suggested we find out what she really wants.
Can we ask Nick, does ADA actually apply here at all? Does she have any claim or any basis for a continuance based on the ADA, in your opinion?
I mean, if someone claims that due to a disability that they can't be present at a hearing, then you should make reasonable accommodations for them.
Right.
Now,
we have to
whether
keep
or not
19 cases for 3
whether
years.
or not you think that person is using that to take advantage of the situation. I mean, if you want to table them and essentially kill them, it's a functional equivalent of a withdrawal or withdrawing the complaints. I don't know why you don't just do that. I don't know if you necessarily need an ADA analysis in order to do that.
We could do that with this list on this agenda tonight, right here.
It's been properly noticed. The complainant in this case agreed to it. We need clarification on the tabling issue, but as far as what she thinks is happening with that, but I don't see why not.
So you're suggesting we could take a vote on this now, and we could vote to table this, whatever that means. I'm reluctant to vote on something when I don't know what it means. I mean, in my mind, when we put this on here, it was by tabling it, we're killing these. Okay, now, which I'm fine doing, except the complainant herself said, would you please table these? And she probably means something quite different. And like I said, I have been asked to, as chair of the task force, to think about our policy of tabling. What are we doing and how are we using it? The clerk is saying the Board of Supervisors operates differently. And I don't know, they're just issues on different levels. So I would like to I'd like to continue this until we find out to the next. It'll be on the next agenda, and in the meantime, we find out what Anonymous wants, and we can be informed about what she meant, and we can do with that what we will. But we'll have some more information.
I just want to warn that Anonymous is very difficult to contact at times.
Yeah.
Unless she wants to talk to you, she will ignore all emails.
So,
and I do notice in my notice that if we do table it, she does have the option to refile a complaint. So be it a withdrawal or a tabling, she can still refile a complaint in the future.
Okay. DC Acola, yeah.
I was going to say, tabling and essentially killing them, regardless if that's what she thought she was doing by asking for tabling. I don't know where it really sets her at a disadvantage if she could refile.
Okay. All right.
I mean, bottom line is, if you're not comfortable with this, I think we probably need to have a 6-person vote and be unanimous at this point. So we probably aren't acting on it now. If you have something from the clerk of the board that you think would benefit the rest of us, that could be included in the packet for next time. I just think in general terms, we give a lot of latitude to complainants, probably more than respondents, and that is probably appropriate. But if someone hasn't been willing, for whatever reason, to pursue a matter for like 3 years, then I don't think they're really serious about it. And a number of these are regarding the Housing Authority, where we really don't have jurisdiction. And so, I'm not feeling a lot of sympathy under these circumstances.
All right. Okay. Now I'm also.
Just to chime in.
Yeah.
Chair, when she actually came before us at EOTC, we kind of discussed that these things may go away and that she has the option to refile, I believe. Mm-hmm. And I think that was made clear to her. So this should not come as a surprise to her that we've proceeded with what she is essentially asking us to do. And she has that option to file again.
That's true. And I also think that were this anybody else, we would have gotten rid of these a long time ago. It's just that there's so many, and it dealt with the case that was momentous. So
in doing so, we lessen the docket a little bit for other cases to move along more quickly, and be able to provide justice to more people than just one.
Right, okay. All right, do I hear a motion to table? Yeah, I am.
So on that basis, on item 12, I'm good with tabling all of those except 14051, if I might.
Because it's more recent?
Because it's more recent. I'm willing to postpone that with the others in 13.
Second.
All right.
One moment.
Any further discussion? Okay.
May I ask how we're going to deal with her letter and that she asked all of her items be tabled? Should we schedule the remainder for the next agenda to be tabled, or?
Yes,
wait for
why don't we do it? Yeah,
clarification?
why don't we, she's going to respond or not respond, and she'll find out about what we did tonight, and we'll let her know that the others have been
Scheduled for tabling at the next meeting.
right, exactly. And please, what is her understanding of tabling? This is what tabling means for
I
us.
will tell her what our understanding is, and if she
What
disagrees.
What our options are.
Yes.
Right, and that she's always free to refile.
Refile, yes.
Okay.
So can I add that to the motion? So it's to table all in 12 except 14051 and to schedule the others for possible tabling at the next meeting after informing the complainant what tabling means to us and means to her. And
I would just keep it simple and schedule for table meeting. Notice will be sent to complainant.
Notice will be sent. Fine.
Period.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we have one motion for item number 12. We have
Yes.
to have a separate motion for item number 13.
Item number 13 can be
We'll just continue.
tabled, as we're not going to be considering postponement. We're going to be considering tabling.
Right.
Wait.
So item number 12, we can vote on that, and we can make a motion to table item number 13.
Okay, so we have two motions. On the first motion, would you call motion on item number 12 to table all of these, except for 15051? 14051.
Yes. On that motion.
Without objection, maybe?
Without objection? All right.
That is without objection.
Yep.
On item number 13, for a motion to reschedule these items for consideration of tabling at the next meeting.
I move to table this item tonight.
But can we include, I believe we need to move 14051 into.
I will do that on my own.
Okay.
It'll get moved in the other.
Okay, so do I have a motion to continue this?
It's to table this motion, or to table this matter, because we're not going to be postponing at the next meeting. We would be considering tabling.
Okay, we're going to consider tabling this at the next meeting.
The motion is to table this item tonight.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, without objection?
There is no public in the room. Next on the agenda, item number 14, file number 14030, amendment to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force bylaws and/or complaint procedures. This matter was noticed and at all the relevant locations.
Discussion?
I did list on page 316 a list of what I believe to be the major changes are. And I did also insert the portion of the Roberts Rules of Order related to minutes.
So,
I'm sorry, may I just, through the chair?
Yes.
If this is going to be a lengthy discussion, can we know now? Because if it is, I'm going to ask us to continue it, given the late hour. And given that there's only 6 members of us
Right.
here this evening. So if this is not just kind of procedural, if this is really, we're going to get into some details of bylaw changes.
Okay, and we don't have rules here. We have, Fiona, you're on rules, right?
Yeah.
Right. So we have had opportunity to review all of this. I've looked at it, and it's been published. Do members have comments or objections or feeling comfortable with?
Well, I guess
taking
my
action
question is, Member Pilpel,
I'll tell you.
Honestly, how long do you feel you need to opine on this issue?
Not long. I have
Okay.
2 issues that I have with it, and other than that, I think we can pass these tonight. That would be nice.
The bylaws, I believe, no, it was noticed. I
It
believe
was
we're
noticed,
okay.
so we're good to act. On page 318 of the packet, page 2 of the bylaws, line 26, agendas and notices shall be emailed. I'd like to insert or otherwise provided, since I'm not getting them by email.
That was page 318 or
319, line 26.
Line 26.
Emailed, insert, or otherwise provided. And on page 321, as we talked about last month, about the minutes, line 27 through line 37.
May I ask what page you're on?
Yeah, 2 pages later, Article 5, Section 1, the thing about the minutes.
Yes. I did speak with the clerk of the board. She leaves it at the discretion of the committee.
Right. So what I would suggest is that from line 27 to line 37, that we just strike all of that and keep our current practice for minutes and not speak to this. We can certainly provide for other process. I just think of all the things that we need to fix around here, the way we adopt minutes is actually not broken. So
the only issue that but problem I foresee is people refusing to vote on items that they were not a participant of.
But we've dealt with that before, and there are other bodies in the city that have to deal with that as well, and I think we're sort of past the I wasn't there, so I can't deal with it problem.
Except it's likely to come up the next time there are new members on the task force.
And in fact, I think that while it's easier to glaze over in practice when you're codifying something, I think you should maybe exercise a little bit more scrutiny, because I think that's, in principle, I have a problem with that, but I've obviously approved meeting minutes that I have not attended.
Including tonight.
Including this evening.
Right. So, I'm not saying that this is not a problem or an issue. I think this is something that we can revisit in the future. I just think this is not something we need to fix or change right now. And the other point I wanted to make is, other than that, I think all of my substantive changes have been incorporated. It reads a lot better. This is good. There are probably still a couple of typos here, but nothing major, and it's a lot better document than what we have now. And with those changes, I'd be happy to move adoption. But if people want to talk about the minutes thing further, we can do that.
It can always be considered an additional version of the bylaw amendments. We can talk about it later and revise it again.
Okay.
Certainly, yeah, we have a rules committee. We can revise them every year if we want to.
Monthly if you want.
Monthly. Oh dear. Okay.
So is there a motion?
I will make a motion to adopt with those enumerated changes.
And those enumerated changes are the first one was very clear. The first one was the email and add and other means, which makes total sense. And then you want to strike 27 through 37.
Right. So the end of section 1 would say for review and approval, period.
Okay. So that's your motion?
Yeah.
I will second that motion.
Thank you.
Okay, there's no public comment. Without objection.
Vote on this? Do we need
Should
to
we?
vote?
We should probably vote on this. Okay.
Is there any comment regarding the complaint procedure?
Why don't we do that separately?
Okay. On the bylaws, motion to adopt the revisions to the bylaws. Member Pilpil.
Aye.
Pilpil, aye. Member Hepner.
Aye.
Hepner, aye. Member David.
Aye.
David, aye. Member Fisher.
Absent.
Fisher, absent. Member Hinsey.
Aye.
Hinsey, aye. Vice Chair Hyland.
Aye.
Hyland, aye. Chair Washburn.
Aye.
Washburn, aye. The motion passes.
Cool. I don't have anything huge on the complaint procedures. If maybe Member David, is this something we could continue to next month so we're not thinking about it tonight?
It's fine with me.
Yeah, I'd like to. I didn't have a chance to really review the complaint
I will
procedure.
continue the complaint procedure portion to the next meeting of the task force.
And can I just ask, as I suggested earlier on in the meeting, if there's a way to incorporate that if someone files the same complaint or the same substantive complaint, that we give some discretion to not hear that again. And if there's some dispute about whether it really is the same thing, that we would hear it, but that we sort of discourage repeat complaints on the exact same thing. We can talk about it next month.
I can draft something, but my suggestion would be I would bring it to the attention of the chair and let the chair make that decision.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
All right. You need a motion to continue this?
Yes, please.
So moved.
Second.
Without objection.
Without objection. We're getting really punchy.
Next on the agenda, file number 15026, Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Budget Review. I prepared a budget. It's on page 346. I have also attached a budget proposal from the Board of Supervisors. As you can see from my the numbers, the clerk of the board allocates approximately $134,000 to the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force. However, that pretty much only covers personnel. I do note that the clerk of the board, let me read it directly instead of trying to paraphrase. The SOTF general administrators and back office support costs are negligible. Such tasks are performed by staff fully supported by the operating budget of the Office of the Clerk of the Board. Additionally, due to the rotation of staff who are paid at varying salary steps, the actual costs of the 1492 assistant clerk are assigned to staff. The SOTF may change from budget. To staff, the SOTF may change from budgeted allocations. The Office of the Clerk of the Board absorbs all personnel overages in the SOTF budget. Basically, the Clerk of the Board absorbs overages from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
Okay.
What is budgeted to the task force is essentially for personnel.
So, on this?
Yes,
this
Member Pill.
This is very helpful. Can I suggest that we make this an annual item and have it be earlier in the budget process so that we might actually, influence how much is allocated to the task force and not just get told afterwards what they dished out to us? I guess I'd be willing to draft it if members think that it would be useful. I'm very interested in getting both more hours from the city attorney and engaging in some kind of dialogue, either here or offline, with how we can make Nick's time or the time that someone else in Nick's absence uses more useful. I think some of us use the memos in great ways, others of us less so, and maybe we can talk about what. I often don't think like we're getting as much good, useful thinking time out of Nick and the city attorney gang, and I'd prefer to get more of that. And maybe it's more time, maybe it's different time, but
No, I think it's time for us to start working towards more time. And I mean, when I first came on the task force, the DCA was always at our committee meetings,
yes,
and it was very helpful to have. And now that we're having complaints heard, it would be critical to have
all of that
city attorney support. And I think the city can afford it. And we know the budgeting process. They look at what they did last year, and they just continue. There's no, unless we push them, there's not going to be any discussion about changing that allocation.
And also, if we have a better idea of what goes into these budgets before they happen, we can defend ourselves better when elements choose to use those figures against us.
Exactly.
you want me to try drafting a letter and get it to you for your touch-up, and then we can discuss it at next month's meeting?
Sounds good, yeah.
Okay.
To Ms. Stefani.
Okay, so I'll draft a letter on this, and I would move to continue this item to next month's meeting. Oh, or to the call of the chair. That's fine.
Is there a second?
Second.
Without objection.
Next on the agenda, item number 16, Administrator's Report. Regarding my Administrator's Report, item number 2, hearing schedule. The next meeting of the Compliance Amendments Committee is on April the 21st. There are currently 2 pending issues before the Compliance and Amendments Committee, and I will also be scheduling several complaints to be heard at that time. The next meeting of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is May 6. This is a very crowded agenda. If we look at the submitted complaints over the last month, I've received 20 new complaints. The majority of them are from 3 individuals who will be. There are very complex issues that are not really. I believe I sent an email to Chair Washburn regarding my concerns over these complaints. And I do believe I will need to send some of these to the complaint committee if we are going to be able to keep up. But these are a little bit more complex than usual.
Okay.
A couple of things. For April,
Member Pilpel.
For April 13th, Vice Chair Hyland, I wasn't able to make it, and so we didn't have an EOT meeting in March. Do you want to think about whether to move that March calendar to this April 13th date so that we don't have more of a packed agenda for May? Because we haven't met since February or January.
I don't have enough time to notice the public, and so I would need to get agreement from the complainants to show up.
I think we had some other issues that weren't complainant issues, and if we could get someone to waive the time. I mean, I think it was disposing of the DPW Grisham thing and some other stuff. If you can, great. If you can't, that's cool too.
I think that would be a better question to ask when more members of our committee were here. Which
Fair enough.
That would be another concern in that you are missing one member.
We do need an extra member. That's it. Could be
probably
or the reduction of one member.
Well,
to make
let's
it an odd
hope
number.
that we'll have that member back soon. Member Rummel wants to continue.
We lost Winston.
Oh, Winston. Okay. So how many members do you have on
We
here?
didn't have him very often, as it was anyway. So.
No, that's true.
But I think, given all that, having it in 10 days is probably.
Right. That's fine. Maybe the 2 of you can review the committee membership again to be sure that.
Right.
Whatever. Okay. And then I guess just in general, I don't know if it's good or bad that we got 20 complaints in the last month, but we should try to find some way to schedule like the best 4, 5, or 6 for a real hearing here and send the rest of them to committee if we can.
The problem is I would take one person for a sample, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah.
He filed approximately 10 to 15 complaints.
I hear it.
They're all interrelated in one way or another. One department tells them they don't have it, and they go to this department, and
Well, I think that's an example where we need to have Alvin Johnson night at the task force, and so let's just do that.
That would be bringing in 5 departments, and there's no way I believe that with the volume of items that he's requesting from the department and the nature of his request, it could be difficult. My thought was to hear at least one complaint from each of the new complainants, just to get a feel for what their complaint is, and then send some of their complaints to the complaint committee.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'll have to look at all of that and think about it.
I'll try to provide a summary to you in the next few days.
Yeah, I did see all those come over, and I thought, what in the world is this? Right.
Anyway, those are my thoughts. Somehow I think we need to have a way to manage so that we're not, again, aging out complaints. I'm very pleased with what we did
I
earlier.
think we're doing well, and the process is working, and I think it's working.
Just so you know, if we do accept all of Anonymous's tablings, even with the new complaints, I believe our new total would be about 29 complaints.
With 20 new ones.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Which is better than 45 or some
Yes.
other ridiculous number.
Yeah, no, I think we're doing well. Plus, we have time to do more creative things. So, we're doing well.
Yes. That completes. A reminder: if you have not yet filled out your Form 700s, they are due today.
Go home and do it.
And the Sunshine Declaration.
At 5 p.m.? This isn't federal court.
Oops.
I think for those of you who are filing electronically, you can probably do that tonight still.
Perhaps we're looking for another new member. Ex-member Hefner.
Item number 19, announcement, comments, and questions. Are there any announcements?
Uh-oh.
I'm gonna be on vacation from May 14th to June 2nd. So I have backup counsel, but he's never handled a sunshine matter before. I could alleviate some of his workload if we could set the agenda for the June 3rd meeting far in advance and get me all those materials. I could draft memos before I leave. If not, we'll leave it up to my backup counsel. But I just thought I'd throw it out there.
Who's our current backup? Rosa isn't available anymore? Rosa Sanchez? Never mind.
The answer's no.
Just so you know that I will be out of the office tomorrow and Friday, and we'll prepare the minutes when I return on Monday.
Okay.
There being no further business, consideration of adjournment?
Adjournment.
Did I hear a second?
Second.
Without objection. Yeah, good luck, everyone. Yeah, good luck, everyone.